All right. Welcome everybody. How we doing? Uh Happy New Year. It's the beginning of 2022, so we got a lot of time past us this past year. This has just been a ridiculous year. 2021 and 2020 were both ridiculous years. So I'm hoping this one will be a little bit more stable. I know it's been exciting and it makes for good content, but it would be good to have a stable year for a change, don't you think? I think so too. I'm Kismet doing a Vertigo Veritas live stream there. Hey, how's it going, you guys? Still good, Femini? Harley Har Har. Hey there. Oh, calling me handsome. Oh, thank you. Well, it may be true. I don't know. We'll see. I, I think I look alright. Um, so yeah, we got a good amount of topics and things for you guys today that we're going to discuss. There's a couple of things that I wanted to talk about that were in the news. For instance, the AOC drama with her going to Florida with her boyfriend and Republicans freaking out. So that's fun. That's some stuff that we're going to talk about. And yeah, I said I. And then we're going to also talk about Miss Crazy Pants herself, Marjorie Taylor Greene, getting banned from Twitter for being crazy and spreading misinformation about the pandemic. Uh, we're also going to talk about Joe Rogan's response to that and joining something called Gitter, which is interesting. And I also want to talk about something you guys may have been hearing about lately called the metaverse and NFTs and how it's making money look faker and faker as we go along. So, yeah, and then we're gonna play. I think we're gonna do some Hollow Knight today because I love Hollow Knight, and it's a fun game. I've only played it a little bit. I'm gonna start over from the beginning for the stream and see how things go. So, without further ado, we're gonna drop that intro. I muted myself. Yes, I did. Okay, so first segment, we're going to talk about a lot of different things today, but I did want to cover this real quick because I just think it's kind of ridiculous that this is being talked about. It's more diversion from what we actually need to be focusing on. But let's take a look, anyways. AOC hits Republicans as creepy weirdos for obsessing over her trip to Florida. So, if you guys have not been aware of this, AOC and her boyfriend decided to take a trip down to Florida, and she was caught sitting at a table without a mask on. I think that's typical, though. Like, anywhere you go, even in places where restaurants are open, but you are supposed to mask up, you can sit down at a table and have your mask off, especially in a restaurant. Plus, I mean, COVID is extremely hard to spread out in the open and outdoor situations, which we saw from things like the BLM protests and things like that. So yeah, let's go over this a little bit. Oh, this is register for reading here. Let's see here. See if I can find a different one here. Let's see. I hate it when articles have a paywall. It really, really sucks. And I should have checked that a little bit closer. But okay, we'll do this one. And of course, this is probably going to be some bullshit. Okay, here we go. We'll check out this one here. Is that one? Yes, we can read this one. Oops. Let's see here. Let's... All right. Here we go. So, as I was saying, AOC's getting some flack here for her trip to Florida with her boyfriend, where they vacationed over the holiday vacation. It says AOC hits Republicans as creepy weirdos for obsessing over her trip to Florida. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called Republicans who attacked her for taking a trip to Miami creepy weirdos and said they were mad they cannot date her. A lot of this is probably true. I don't know if it's a good excuse for like this or a diversion from, actually saying something about the masking, but still, I mean, it's pretty true. Most Republicans are kind of mouth breathers over her. So yeah. Oh, you didn't want my opinion on something, but you'll wait till a future stream. You can ask me if you want. I don't mind answering questions, but let me go through this a little bit, and if it's we can reach into it after I get through this here, because I like conversing with the chat. So let's see here. We're going to read this on. So Miss Ocasio-Cortez was photographed with her boyfriend at a restaurant in Miami earlier this week, not wearing a mask, while sitting at the table. And again, that's the general consensus, is that even in states where there are mask mandates, if you go to a restaurant and sit at a table, then you can take your mask off because you can't eat through a mask. Not to mention they were sitting outside. At its core, the row is about differing responses to COVID-19. Miss Ocasio-Cortez's home state of New York has taken aggressive measures to combat the virus that causes COVID-1. I think COVID-19 is what they meant there. And New York City has a vaccine mandate. Conversely, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has taken a much more lax approach, opposing mask mandates and keeping businesses mostly open. He's also signed legislation restricting vaccine mandates. All of this has made him a darling of the right and a potential candidate for president. The conservative National Review noted that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez's visit came despite a surge of the Omicron variant in New York, even though Florida has seen a spike in COVID-19 as well because of travel. In response to the trip, conservatives made #AOCLovesDeSantis trend on Twitter, but Ms. Ocasio-Cortez criticized conservatives for their obsession with her. In particularly, she responded to a tweet from former Trump advisor Steve Cortez, who criticized her boyfriend for wearing sandals. The tweet goes, well, first of all, Steve Cortez's part is, if leftists like AOC actually thought the mandates and masking worked, they wouldn't be frolicking in free Florida. Number two, her guy is showing his gross pale male feet in public, not a pool beach, with hideous sandals. 0 for 2. Okay, this is really dumb. Really, 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 really dumb. Because, first of all, who gives a fuck if he's wearing sandals? That's so dumb. And they're in Florida. A lot of people in Florida wear sandals on a pretty regular basis. I mean, it's pretty freaking warm down there. And I don't see anything wrong with those sandals. They're not like flip-flops even. They're sandals. And so AOC responded, if Republicans are mad they can't date me, they can just say that instead of projecting their sexual frustrations onto my boyfriend's feet. And it's starting to get old ignoring very obvious, strange, and deranged sexual frustrations that underpin the Republican fixation on me, women, and LGBT plus people in general. The people clearly need therapy, won't do it, and use politics as their outlet instead. It's really weird. I do tend to agree with this to a certain extent, because you do see a lot of like Republicans saying things about like pedophiles and stuff like that, and then they're getting caught, like Matt Gaetz. With his drama that's going on with the controversy that's surrounding him and his sex trafficking 17-year-olds, and not to mention Trump and Clinton and a bunch of other people going to visit Epstein's Island. So we have that as well. And then they talk about that they're the QAnon thing with the whole pedophile thing. So, and then you've got people who talk against LGBT plus things, and then they're caught in gay bars and things like that. Like, you have everything from prosperity preachers to politicians in that situation. So it's just kind of funny. It's definitely a projection by a lot of these people. Furthermore, if Republicans are mad they can't date me, or they can just say instead of projecting their sexual frustrations on my boyfriend's feet, she said, "Ya creepy weirdos," which is kind of funny. She also said that many of the men criticizing her need therapy and won't go to it. So, this is true. One thing that I do have to say, though, that I wish that she would have done is not ignored the fact that they were saying anything about masking. Because this is an obvious thing that she could have said, that, there's no reason for her to be wearing a mask at a table at a restaurant, because you're sitting down with your significant other. The COVID strains do not proliferate as much in situations where you're outdoors. And even in places where there are mask mandates but restaurants are open, once you sit down at the restaurant, at the table, you don't need a mask anymore. There's nobody, you're going to have to eat eventually and things like that. There's no reason to be wearing a mask. So this is, we'll talk about that in just a second, Rome. So there's no reason for AOC to be wearing a mask in this picture. And the fact that they're talking about her boyfriend's feet is just kind of creepy. I mean, it's kind of weird. Why would they even bring that up? First of all, this Steve Cortez guy, it lessens his point, even if there was one, about AOC not wearing a mask outdoors at a restaurant, sitting at a table. That's a big nothing burger in itself, but he even lessens that point by going into making personal attacks on her boyfriend, because you can tell these guys are jealous. You can tell that they have this love-hate relationship with her. Like they are attracted to her, and it makes them feel weird and bad, but they don't know how to respond to it. They definitely need some sort of mental help. They need to get rid of this toxic masculinity that they have surrounding them and their ideas. And the hatred for AOC is a lot of it is a mask for the fact that they find her attractive, and they, it's really disgusting in ways, and it's really funny in other ways. So yeah, I just wanted to discuss that a little bit because I think it's kind of funny, especially when we have news that we're going to talk about that's actually important, dealing with AOC's counterpart MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, which we'll discuss here in a moment. But yeah, what do you guys think? I mean, do you think that she should be in hot water or being canceled like they always try to do, because of not wearing a mask while sitting at a table at a restaurant outdoors? I really think this is a nothing burger. And I think it's just a way for Republicans to use a culture war to take away from the points that are important. Take away from the things that are important. Yep, they just tried to nitpick a bunch of BS. That's totally true, Realm Freak. So I'm going to go ahead and end that segment there, but I do hope you guys realize what a ridiculous bunch of crap this story here. But that's why I'm not spending too much time on it. I didn't want to cover it extensively because it's really nothing. However, moving on, we're going to talk about what's going on with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, for those of you who may not know, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a U.S. congressperson who was elected primarily on her standing for Donald Trump and her obsession with QAnon and her idiotic, just out there caricature of far right-wing politics in this country. The woman is absolutely insane. So we're going to go over the fact that she was banned just recently, permanently, from Twitter. And this is just on her personal Twitter account, not her representative one. There's still Rep MTG up. She can get banned from that one too if she starts spreading misinformation on there as well. But as of right now, that one's still available. She can still tweet on that. But her personal one has been permanently banned, permanently suspended, because of her takes on COVID and her misinformation spreading on COVID. You thought Magic the Gathering? No, MTG as in Marjorie Taylor Greene. How did I never realize that Magic the Gathering and her have the same initials there? Oh boy. Okay, so let's go ahead and go over this a little bit, guys. God. So MTG hit with Facebook suspension after Twitter ban. So she's suspended from Facebook as well, it appears. So Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said Monday she has been temporarily barred from posting on her Facebook account by the social network, less than a day after losing her personal Twitter account. Oh, you're still here, just quiet too. It's okay. That's okay. But I do like chats. You guys can send emojis and stuff like that too. Like, I like emojis. Go to town with that stuff. So Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said Monday she had been temporarily barred from posting on her Facebook account by the social network less than a day after losing her personal Twitter account. Facebook has joined Twitter in censoring me, Greene wrote on Getter. We're going to discuss Getter later too. A social media platform favored by some right-wing conservatives. This is beyond censorship of speech. Okay. Green's post included a screenshot appearing to show that she would be prohibited from posting or commenting from her Facebook account for a period of 24 hours. 24 hours. I've been banned from Facebook for 7 days, 30 days. Oh my god. I'm not complaining. Okay, maybe I do a little bit. But period of 24 hours for violating the platform's policy against misinformation, a characterization she disputed. Who appointed Twitter and Facebook to be the authorities of information and misinformation, she wrote. Their TOS. I mean, if you don't like it, you can go to Getter, right? That's what you're doing? Going to Getter? Yeah. When big tech decides what political speech of elected members is accepted and what's not, then they are working against our government and against the interests of our people. Okay, first of all, most Republicans that I know of, most right-wing conservatives that I know of, are anti-government themselves. They say it. They say that they're anti-taxes, that there's the deep state, that they've been... that the government is against the people. That's why we need less regulation. But when it comes to them, being in government, you got to trust me. You got to trust my word and what I've done and what I've said, even if it's completely ridiculous and even if it goes against all of the science that has been put out into society from reputable sources. You were for telling a bully that was threatening people he wasn't funny. Yeah, I got banned for saying some things too, as like about white people in general. Even though that's my skin color as well. Apparently that's character assassination. Yeah. No, it's fighting back against people who are causing problems and just hiding behind their keyboards. A spokesperson for Facebook's parent company, Meta, something else we'll talk about later, confirmed that it took down a post of Green's. A post violated our policies, and we have removed it. But removing her account for this violation is beyond the scope of our policies, Aaron Simpson said in a statement. On Sunday, Green was permanently locked out of her personal Twitter account for repeated violations of the company's COVID-19 misinformation policy. The move came after several previous suspensions for similar rules violations, though the permanent suspension does not apply to her official Twitter account. So yes, she started spreading some misinformation on Twitter. She had said things like the virus has failed, and that the virus doesn't work, and several other things. So the information she'd showed just recently was collections of people who had been vaccinated that had also died, and even if they died from other causes like an accident or something like that, whether or not they were vaccinated, and took all of that and compiled it and just said, okay, well, these guys all died of COVID, even though they died of the vaccine, basically, which was complete and utter crap. Like, she misconstrued the information, put it out there without understanding, or maybe she did understand. I don't know. I can't tell if she is just completely dumb or if she's actually, just grifting for her political career. But basically, she had spread all this misinformation, which we really don't need now, especially since Omicron's and COVID in general is spiking across the country. Let's see here. The move came after several previous suspensions for similar rules violations. Though the permanent suspension does not apply to her official Twitter account, a first-term lawmaker, Green, has seen her profile soar due to numerous controversies relating to her incendiary social media posts, which have included bigotry, Islamophobia, racism, anti-Semitism, support for conspiracy theories, and calls for violence against her political enemies. Sounds like a real winner to me, folks. Yeah. Uh, the anti-AOC here. Last February, the House voted to strip Green of her committee membership in response to her behavior, though Green has remained defiant, and has arguably only seen her star rise in the intervening period. That's because 30% of the Republican Party are absolutely insane and believe that Hollywood and the government are ran by a dark cabal of pedophile baby eaters. So, and she came from that camp. She came from those people. So that's fun. She is one of a number of prominent Republican lawmakers who have run afoul of social media companies' policies, particularly regarding the 2020 elections and COVID related issues, and either had their content taken down or faced suspension. Many of them have rallied against those large platforms, accusing them of bias against conservatives and stifling free speech. I honestly think that as far as Facebook, I have never been banned from Twitter because I don't spread misinformation. But as far as Facebook is concerned, I have been banned, suspended several times for simple things. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, since we are on the COVID subject, still good. Femini says, so my question is COVID related. Since we've been friends on Facebook, I've noticed you do your research. Yes, I have. Yes, I do. Um, it is something that's important. Opinion on Omicron. My opinion on Omicron. From what I have read, Omicron spreads way faster than your first COVID 19 strain, and even faster than Delta. It does say that, from what I've read, that it affects people who have been vaccinated and people who have had their have vaccinated a little bit less. You can still get it if you've been vaccinated. Now, if you had the booster, which I have, and everybody should go out there and get, that if you've had the booster, your chances of contracting and passing on transmission of the Omicron variant is much lower. Not only that, but the chances for symptoms are much lower as well. So, for instance, if you go into a room or if you go into a place and somebody has COVID in that room, if you have the third shot, the third jab, the booster, whatever you want to call it, you're much more less likely to contract the virus, and you're also much less likely to spread the virus as well. However, I'd still suggest that if you're in a crowded party or whatnot, that you should probably still try to distance and, stay safe in those situations. As far as those who are not vaccinated by it for COVID, or those who've had a long time, like 6 months or more since their vaccination, are much more susceptible to catching the Omicron variant, and it can be a much more harsh situation as far as your symptoms and things. It has, for people who are completely unvaccinated, caused many deaths, and it has caused many people to be hospitalized, which is a problem because with hospitals and the way that things are going right now, most hospitals are anywhere from 85 to 95% on average full. Their hospital beds are full. Their emergency room beds are full. So people are dying because people are refusing to get vaccinated and taking up hospital beds, and which is causing not only them to suffer and possibly die, but it's also causing the people who are waiting for emergencies have to wait 12 to 24 hours to get the care that they need, and can also cause deaths in people that don't even have COVID. So I do think that it is a concern. I don't think that I don't think it's as much concern for people who have taken precautions and have vaccinated themselves and have gotten the booster. And you're not eligible till March for the booster. Still good, Femini? Yeah, I would check, because you might be. I don't know if you've talked to your doctor about it, but you may be able to get it sooner now that the Omicron variant has become prevalent in our state. So I got the 2 Pfizer shots as well. And when I went into my doctor, he asked me about a booster about 2 months ago. So it is a definite possibility that that's something that you can possibly get at this point. So I would just check on it. Anyways, get back to Marjorie Taylor Greene here. Let's see here. Where was I? Okay. Particularly regarding the 2020 elections and COVID-related issues, and either had their content taken down or face suspension. Many of them have rallied or railed against those large platforms, accusing them of bias against conservatives and stifling free speech. So, House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy issued a lengthy statement Monday that did not mention Greene by name, but hammered social media companies over recent decisions to silence Americans, including a sitting member of Congress, among others. It is clear any speech that does not fit big tech's orthodoxy gets muzzled. No. Oh my God. Okay. It's not big tech's orthodoxy. It's based upon scientific fact that they've discovered through many, many different scientists, and have gotten to the point where they have enough knowledge that they can enter this into their TOS as something that is misinformation by these people. So there's no reason that it's not big tech's orthodoxy. It's just completely ridiculous. It's facts against fiction is what it is. And they have the right, through their TOS, to avoid people spreading misinformation on their platforms. Still Good Feminine says, how many months out were you from your vaccine? I think I was 4, maybe 5. I'm not sure. If you're only 3 months out, though, you should be fine. I think it's like people who mainly are 6 months out. I did get a 3rd shot, yes. Yep, I got the booster. So it's definitely something to look into. But if your doctor suggests that you wait a little bit longer, wait a little bit longer. That means that the vaccination you got before is still working, and that you're going to be okay for the most part. You know, I still suggest everybody kind of, socially distance if they're indoors and things like that. But, if you can get it, get it. Got it before 6 months. It's called a 3rd shot, not a booster. I don't know. I just got a 3rd. Like, they've stuck more COVID vaccine in my arm. That's all I know. I don't know the time it takes before it's semantically called something else. I have no idea. I just know that they gave me more vaccine, which I was happy about. So, yeah. I was trying to be very careful with my wording on that. Also, we're going to read further here. Also, on Monday, Senator Rand Paul, who was temporarily suspended from YouTube in the fall, announced that he would no longer post videos on the site unless it is to criticize them, and pointed his audience to a competing platform. Those of us who believe that truth comes from disputation and the marketplace of ideas is a prerequisite for innovation should shun those closed-minded censors of big tech and take our ideas elsewhere, Paul wrote in the op-ed in the Washington Examiner. So, bottom line on this, guys. These Republicans that are stating this, they're getting mad because they're wrong. They are not following the science, and they're using it as a political leverage because they know that there are people out there that are scared, and they're using that to their advantage. So they're saying things like "don't get the vaccine" or whatnot, and scaring people to not getting it, so that they can maintain their political power. This is a tactic that's been used by the Republican Party for a while now. So I do just, highly suggest that everybody gets vaccinated. And I highly suggest that you avoid listening to misinformation from people. Go to the source. Go to the CDC. Go to, the World Health Organization for things like that. Don't listen to Republicans in Congress or right-wing pundits and things like that. I do know that there's leftists that have it right. I do know that there's liberal commentators that have it right. But I still suggest that you go and get your information from the source, because then it's more reputable. You're more reputable if you're quoting, Cenk Uygur from TYT on something. He's not a doctor. He may have it right, but he's not a doctor. So if you go to the source and quote the CDC. Now the problem is that Republicans, they will speak as if it's truth, first of all, and they will denounce even the CDC. They say it's a government conspiracy. It's a government label only helps when it's to say to trust them. But when it says to trust the CDC, they say it's a deep state conspiracy. Don't trust the CDC. Or the WHO. It's a deep state conspiracy. It's ridiculous. If it was a deep state conspiracy, how come all of the other countries in the world? It's like a lot of people put themselves into this nationalist bubble that's so American centric that they don't even see what's going on in the world outside. And so they don't realize how many people are dying from COVID in Africa and in places like India and the UK, their problems with it. It's really ridiculous that we can't look at and see what's going around the rest of the world and realize what we need to do. Instead, we say it's just some giant conspiracy. It's ridiculous that people even have those notions. And that's what this channel about, Vertigo Veritas. You got to find truth in the fucking chaos of everything. And I'm telling you, the truth lies with the scientists. So, with that said, we're going to end that segment. We're going to move on, but we're going to move on to something related in this situation. Let's see, how much time do we got? We got a guest coming on around 9 o'clock that we're going to discuss the economy with. So that should be fun. He's a business owner, leans more towards the conservative side from what I understand. We have known each other for a while, but I haven't really got to talk to him generally about what his political leanings are in certain areas. I know he's probably a little less socially conservative, more fiscally conservative. But it'll be a fun conversation. So we're going to have him on about 9. But I did want to talk about Joe Rogan's response to the situation with Marjorie Taylor Greene. This should be fun as well. Because Joe Rogan's an interesting animal, man. I used to watch his show quite a bit. I used to enjoy his content quite a bit. But over the past few years, he's gotten to be a little bit more reactionary. He doesn't really think about things critically. And he has guests on that spread misinformation. So, I've really started to distance myself and my beliefs from what Joe Rogan has to believe. So, Joe Rogan joins Getter, which we were talking about earlier, a MAGA alternative to Twitter, following Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene's ban. Fun! Let's see here. Podcast mogul Joe Rogan announced on Sunday that he's joining Getter. Get her done. A conservative alternative to Twitter with less stringent community standards on misinformation and a more narrow definition of hate speech. All right. I'm going to try to do this. There we go. So, in a statement to Insider, Getter CEO Jason Miller linked Rogan's arrival to a record-setting six-figure boost in new users the same day. More than 171,000 people signed up for Getter after Joe Rogan announced he was joining our platform, making Sunday the biggest day for our platform since we launched on July 4th. Miller, a former Trump advisor, wrote in the email, "Like us, Joe knows that big tech censorship is the only going to get worse, and Getter's incredible growth is proof that people are waking up to this dangerous reality and are hungry for an alternative which protects freedom of expression." Oh, thanks. I appreciate that, Derpshot. Yeah, I put some work into the layout. My commentary gets you. I appreciate that. So Joe Rogan, interesting fellow. He recently got COVID. Joe Rogan did, and had this big blowout with mainstream media and some left media about the fact that he took ivermectin, which has been not shown at all to help with COVID-19 at all, and is basically a horse dewormer, which is its main use. It is used for humans on certain things, including deworming, but not as a COVID treatment. So he got basically called out for that, and ever since then he's been going down this deep rabbit hole of conservative bullshit. So anyways, the suspension only applies to Greene's personal account. Okay, well, I skipped a part. Rogan's debut on self-described free speech social media platform, which fights cancel culture, comes on the heels of Twitter's permanently suspending Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia for repeatedly violating the company's COVID-19 misinformation policy. The suspension only applies to Greene's personal account, not her congressional one, as I stated earlier. Just in case shit over at Twitter gets even dumber, I'm here now as well, Rogan, who remains on Twitter, wrote in the first post on Getter. Rejoice. Oh boy. Very, very interesting. I'm really kind of interested on this in this Getter thing. I'm gonna check out. Oh, look at this. Okay, so let's read some of the posts on here, shall we? This should be fun. Okay. Can't get dumber than you saying Mike Obama would win if he ran for POTUS. You're a joke and pathetic. Keep microdosing. It's working. What? Okay, that's somebody hating on Joe Rogan. Oh, what an introduction. Okay, let's see here. Let's see what else can we find on here. Thanks, more of us here than them over there that appreciate the truth. Obviously, you do not appreciate proper English because that's not it. Let's see here. So, yeah, that's fun. Let's check out some of the. So I just want to explore. Let's see what it says. Okay. I wonder how many users this thing has already. It said it's something like 117,000. Ooh, look, the Epoch Times. That's a reputable news source right there if I ever see one. All right, let's see. Let's see here. Oh, let's see this. Epoch TV. Our founders understood the importance of manners and civility. What should this mean to Americans today? Is this a solution to the selfishness that permeates our culture? Oh, God. Ha ha ha. Biden last when confronted on Kamala Harris claims he didn't see Delta or Omicron coming. Let's see here. More slams on Joe Biden. Talking about people talking behind Trump's back. Let's see here. Do we have any COVID-19 information that's bullshit on here? Probably. But yeah, okay, so... Oh, our schools should teach our children our nation's true and honest history, Noam said. Oh, unveiled a draft legislation in which she would block critical race theory as the basis of education in colleges and schools in South Dakota. My God, we're backsliding as a country. Anyways, I just went on a stun lock there. I wanted to see what this was about. Okay. While Rogan's account was created on January 2nd, previous tweets and retweets of his appear to be backlogged on his page. We're just days into 2022 and already Twitter has permanently banned Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene and deplatformed Dr. Robert Malone, a scientist and contributor to mRNA vaccine technology, Miller wrote in his statement to Insider. Freedom of expression is essential to thriving democracy, and we welcome anyone who wants to speak freely to join us on Gitter like they have. Yeah. In an August interview, our tech journalist Kara Swisher's New York Times podcast, Miller said he's trying to get former President Donald Trump to join the platform, which he has yet to do. Wow. Okay. So, it even sounds like right-wing. Get her. Oh, boy. It's interesting that how the country is dividing. I mean, even our social media is separating. I mean, people are moving from different state to different state, and it's really interesting. I don't know if I see a civil war happening, but we're being divided even geographically these days. It's got people going, like conservatives moving from California to Texas and things like that. And I just it's going to be interesting to see if we can break this divide, or if things keep separating, if misinformation keeps coming in between us, and I feel for a lot of the people who are falling for this stuff, to be honest. Like I hate that there's so many people out there that listen to people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and think she's telling the truth and think she has their best interests in heart, which she doesn't. She absolutely doesn't. Let's see here. Twitch is loosey-goosey compared to those two. Yeah. Yeah, Twitch, you can't say the C word, though. You know, the C word, the saltine American. You can't say that word anymore. Anything like that. So, hate speech is very, very, very much, like, banned on Twitch. So, which I avoid to begin with anyways. I think I should be able to say the C word since, you know, I'm melatoninless. Yeah, something like that. Melaninless. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Let's see here. Still Good Feminized says Larry the Cable Guy is like, run me my money. Yeah, it does sound like get her done. I like seeing multiple angles, and you don't like the echo chamber social media is creating. Yeah, yeah. I like seeing multiple angles too. Like that's why I try to pay attention to conservative news as well to see where they're doing. The point, guys, the big point about when you're absorbing news, when you're absorbing information, is to use your critical thinking. It's very, very important. So you got to ask questions. Where did they get this information? Are they bringing statistics, or are they just hammering in their opinion? Do they have sources for this? Is there a reason for them to believe this? Is there a reason for them to spread misinformation for their benefit? There are several different factors of critical thinking which can lead to decide whether someone or not is being honest or being a good actor or not. And I think that's the most important thing. And you can use that for the left as much as you do for the right. There are people on the far left that I vehemently disagree with, as much as I do on the far right. Maybe not as much, but pretty close. You know. And so you really have to be discerning about the information that you're taking in, and using your mental faculties and your critical thinking to decide whether or not the information that you're taking in is factual and based in reality. Okay? So those are very important. The other part of it, have a good night, Femini. We'll see you next time. Yeah, definitely come back on. The other part of it is empathy. Empathy for your fellow man. Empathy for even the person that is, making the assertions that they're making. Trying to figure out where they're coming from is very important. Putting yourself into somebody else's shoes is important. Why do they think the way that they do, even though it's not true? These are all very, very, very important things to do. And I think the more we learn that in society, and the more we take those skills and use them, use the utility of critical thinking, and use the moral compass of empathy, we'll find that there is a objective truth in these things. So, that's what, like, for instance, the debate on immigration, for instance. Yeah, does that make sense? Yes, exactly. Asking does that make sense is a big part of whatever side you tend to lean towards. It's very true. Does it make sense? So, for instance, the debate about immigration, for instance. Okay, there's a couple of things that we can use for critical thinking and for empathy there. First of all, we'll go for the empathy side. Put yourself in their shoes. What would you do if you lived in, say, Juarez or someplace in South America or Central America, and your family was in constant danger from being assassinated or shot in the streets by violent drug running gangs and cartels who own the police, who have control over things for the most part, in a more lawless society. And the only way that you can get food and shelter and provide for your family is to either do their bidding and live under their rules, or leave. Okay? Put yourself in that situation. Put yourself in a situation with a place where natural disasters or even man-made disasters have completely destroyed your home and your ability to provide for those that you love and care about. And America has always put themselves forward as a place where there's opportunity and the ability to do great things and to live the dream that you want to live. And so, of course, we've put ourselves forward on the national stage as a place that provides this. So, of course, putting yourself in their shoes, why would you not try to come to this country and live a more productive life? Now, that's the empathy of it. Think about, what if it was your child? What if it was your family going through that? What if it was your livelihood, your life on the line? What would you do? And then you have the aspect of critical thinking. First of all, every bit of research done on immigration has shown that immigration is holistically a good thing for the country. The reason that there's misinformation spread about, oh, these foreigners are taking your jobs and stuff like that, the reason that you hear things like that is because you have a certain section of our political system, our government, of our pundits in this country, who know playing on people's fears can get them into a position of power. Okay? So when you create a boogeyman, not only it does two things. Not only does the boogeyman scare people into hiding behind you and your ideals, but it also gives you a scapegoat for the things that you've done wrong. So when you're screwing up the economy and not doing anything for the common man, not doing anything for the working class as a Republican or a right-winger, when you're doing that and you're taxing the middle class and the lower class more than you're taxing the rich, and you're giving them tax loopholes and giving them welfare for the rich and powerful, when you're doing that, you have to come up with somebody to blame for the lack of jobs, for the lack of raise of minimum wage, for the lack of opportunity in America. And so they have, and this is an old trick, they have continued to use immigrants who are trying to flee oppression and disaster and death and poverty. They're trying to blame those people and make them the evil one for coming and taking your jobs. It's ridiculous. Like I said, every single study and every bit of research that has been done on these subjects shows that there are very, very big positives to having a diverse group of people from many different classes come into the country. Not just the rich ones, not just the very, very educated ones, all immigrants. It adds to this country, guys. It doesn't take away from us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that no matter what the subject, lead with both your heart and your mind. And put yourself into other people's shoes. Okay? Now, when I put myself into Republicans' shoes, I can tell that they're scared too. They're scared of losing power. They're scared of losing their white privilege. They're scared of losing their place in society that has been theirs for so long, since before America was a country, because, we've always been able to oppress and other cultures and colonize other cultures and things like that. So we've always, as the Anglo-Saxon community, white people in general, and in white culture, has had a hold over the way things go in this country for a very long time. And it's changing more and more. Things are getting better and better for marginalized groups of people. And as that happens, uh, people who are scared of those people who have hate in their heart for those people, become more and more nervous that their culture, that their ideals are going to disappear. Which makes absolutely no sense if you think about it logically. Because nobody's trying to come in and tell me that I can't celebrate my Scottish heritage, for instance. They just don't want theirs to disappear. They want, and nobody's telling me that it doesn't suck for me because I'm, in a working class. Nobody's telling me that I don't have struggles. They're simply saying that their struggles matter just as much. And we have not seen that in this country. We ignore it in this country. Seeing 4 times the amount of black males and incarcerated as white males, things like that. We ignore these things and we make excuses for them, and we demonize people for them, and it's something we definitely need to change. I completely went off the rails here, didn't I? Completely went off the rails. So yeah, Joe Rogan and the rest of conservative Twitter and conservative social media and conservatives in general are trying to segregate themselves so that they can, I don't know, go for like secession round 2, go for a splitting of this country. I don't know what the end game is here, but I just know that it makes for an uncertain future, and it also makes for a dangerous future because they do things like this and also ban climate, or they're saying that climate change isn't real or isn't dangerous, or that but then they fearmonger that not enough people are having babies because there's people fearmongering about climate change. You're doing it's like a pot calling the kettle black situation. Anyways, that was fun. That kind of went off the rails a little bit. I'm hoping I can make a segment out of that and clip it onto YouTube. But yeah, so guys, just make sure that you're paying attention not only to like the right-wing media and stuff like that, but you're discerning what you see in it. Well, you're discerning what you see in both right and left-wing media, right? Use your brain and use your empathy. That's it. That's all I got to say about that. How we doing, chat? I got 4 people in chat. I had 5 earlier. That's like that's getting up there. Like, I mean, this is like, I think my 4th or 5th stream. So I'm really glad that people are tuning in. This is something I'm really passionate about. It's something I really wanted to do. And yeah, I really wanted to get information out there to people and discuss these things with people, and really try to make sense of the chaos in the world right now, in any way that I possibly can. So yeah, that's basically the gist of it as far as that's concerned. You know what else is crazy? You know what else is crazy going on in the world right now? I've always said this. Money is a social construct, right? Like, we came up with it as a way to figure out how much goods we should give to somebody else for something. Like, I mean, we've went from a barter culture to the gold standard and to what we have today, right? So there are a lot of things in the recent development of our economy that have really made this point of money as a social construct, that money is a construct that we made, that money isn't really necessarily real, more prevalent in society, right? I found this article on Vox that I want to share with you guys. Let's see here. Let's see here. There we go. Money has never felt more fake. The market feels like a bubble. Doesn't matter. So before I get into this, there's other things that brought this onto, like meme stocks, such as the thing that happened with GameStop. I don't know if you guys heard about that or not, but people were basically artificially inflating the stock of GameStop, and a lot of people that did that made some money off of it. I don't know the ins and outs of that, but the market's supposed to reflect reality, right? The market's supposed to reflect reality, but when you have a connected world like we do, and people can gather together and inflate a stock like that when the company itself isn't doing well, I mean, it really does show that there's a dichotomy between reality and the financial world. So that's just one of the things. Not to mention, I do want to go over modern monetary theory with you guys a little bit too through this. So first of all, let's get into this. Oh look, it's the Monopoly Man. Okay. Calvin Becerra went viral earlier this year for a less than ideal reason. He got bamboozled out of what he claims is some $2 million in cryptocurrency and NFTs, and complained on Twitter about the incident. Scammers pretended to be interested in buying one of his NFTs in a Discord channel and tricked him by saying they could help him fix a problem with his crypto wallet. During troubleshooting, they raided his wallet. The experience, he says, felt like death. He's gone to links, he's gone to great lengths to get the stolen digital assets back, paying hundreds of thousands of more dollars to retrieve the tokens, including, most importantly, his 3 Bored Apes. Bored Apes. Okay. Let's see here. For many outsiders, it's hard to grasp paying so much for money for a trio of cartoon monkeys once, let alone twice. At some point, you've just got to let sunk cost be. But Becerra, 40, insists it's worth it. He believes in NFTs, or at least, the very least, the money-making power of them. They're important to me because of the value that they will continue to increase by, he said. They're huge. He's right that NFTs, non-fungible tokens, little digital assets that exist on a blockchain, are having a moment. What's not really clear is why. Then again, everything about money feels a little strange at the moment. Between NFTs, crypto, and GameStop, AMC, and other meme stocks, money has rarely felt more fake, or at the very least, value has rarely felt so disconnected from reality. Exactly, like I said, the dichotomy between what's actually reality and what's going on in our financial system. You see this quite a bit with NFTs and with what they're talking about with inflation in in Congress and where the economy is going, things like that. The reason that Build Back Better, that Joe Manchin had an excuse to disavow Build Back Better, things like that. The concept of value is a fuzzy one, and valuation is often more art than it is a science. Psychology has always played a role in money and investing, and there have always been bubbles too, where the price of an asset takes off at a rapid pace and disconnects from the fundamental value. As Jacob Goldstein wrote in Money, the true story of a made-up thing, all money is sort of a collective myth. I agree with that 100%. Money feels cold and mathematical and outside the realm of fuzzy human relationships. It isn't, he wrote. Money is a made-up thing, a shared fiction. Money is fundamentally, unalterably social. The social aspect is clear in much of what's going on now. Whether it be a group of investors on Reddit trying to take down a hedge fund by betting against GameStop, or people paying thousands of dollars to claim ownership of digital art they could effectively have for free. But why certain groups of people have trained their focus on certain items is hard to parse. But Sarah insists there's a utility to the apes. There's merchandise, events, and he's having them as the new world flex, like a watch or a nice car. Everything's hype. A social media world, right? Lately, the hype aspect of money has felt more true and important than ever. All right. So, historically, the economy was theoretically based on labor and value creation at the individual level. This gets into like Marxian theory a little bit as far as that's concerned. Labor versus who owns the production of labor, things like that. Let's see here. On the structure level, voting shares in companies based on their financial fundamentals and future value, said tech industry veteran Anil Dash, CEO of the programming company Glitch. But that idea died a long time ago. A machine is what it does, and the purpose of the system is the output of the system. And the purpose of our financial systems is to create even more detached financialization that can just generate what the industry calls wealth and what the rest of the world just doesn't see. In other words, the confusing status of value today is a feature, not a bug. So, the economy is failing. The idea of capitalism in its modern form is completely disintegrating in front of us. And because that is happening, people are scrambling for ways to keep that economy relevant, keep that form of monetary value relevant, keep everything going, because they believe that if that ends, the world ends. That's one of the biggest fears of the right. You can see this clearly in the markets of 2021. One of the first big stories of the year was the GameStop saga, and it was a fun one. An army of day traders on the Reddit forum, r Wall Street Bets, drove up the price of the retailer stock in a matter of days, forcing halts in trading and costing some hedge funds that had been betting against the stock quite a bit of money. They rallied behind a guy who goes by Roaring Kitty. In one YouTube video about GameStop, he pretended to smoke a cigar while wearing a cat mask. There have been all sorts of efforts to ascribe some bigger takeaway to the GameStop story. Perhaps it was a populist uprising or a sign that there was something very broken in the market. But generally, most of the efforts to pull a concrete meaning of the GameStop out of GameStop fall flat. It was a relatively ephemeral incident where, as is often the case in investing, there were some winners and some losers. GameStop's stock price has remained relatively high compared to where it was before January 2021, because enough investors have stuck around to keep it there. GameStop has come to epitomize an era of meme investing, where ordinary investors are piling into stocks and cryptocurrencies and digital assets, not necessarily because they believe in the underlying value of the thing they're buying, though some do, but instead because it just seems like a good thing to do. Dogecoin or NFTs or stock in theater chain AMC get popular online or in their social circles, and they turn around and think, why not? First, a huge swath of the retail world, the mentality has emerged of what is trading versus what is investing versus what is essentially just gambling, said Tyler Gellish, executive director of Healthy Markets, a nonprofit. So there is definitely a lifting up of things that don't really actually have any value, or that may be losing value, so they get propped up artificially just to screw somebody else, you know. And don't get me wrong, screwing a hedge fund is awesome. Like, that's a really cool thing that a lot of people did, but there were some losers in that were affected through that, you know, that may have not been involved in the hedge fund. The scenario has generated quite a bit of finger wagging from very serious people who say, What's going on is beyond the pale. That investing is supposed to be about underlying value and the real tangible source of a thing. NFTs and Shiba Inu coin, they say, are clearly fake. At the same time, so is much of what's going on in finance and the economy already, including the spaces the very serious people occupy. During the 2008 financial crisis, for example, exotic financial instruments created out of subprime mortgages among Wall Street and banks helped take the economy down. They also revealed regulators to be asleep at the wheel. Oh gosh, I wish I could remember what they called those. But there were algorithms that they were using to do these things. Very recent history makes it hard to take the very serious people in finance and government seriously as responsible stewards of the global economy. The financial industry has gone to great lengths to create new financial products with the potential to do more harm than good in the name of making more money. To have a boomer burn down the planet and then to have them wag a finger that crypto's bad for the environment, please, that's absurd, Dash said. Money feeling strange in 2021 is based on a decade of money slowly feeling strange for lots and lots of people throughout the world, said Lena Swartz, an assistant professor of media studies at the University of Virginia who focuses on money. We're at a stage where the government and financial institutions are revealed to be less dependable than we ever imagined they would be. So why not? YOLO. Let's see here. A made-up quote from 2021 Onion article gets the attitude. NFTs might be bizarre, speculative bullshit, but what isn't? Aren't we all just finding ways to turn everything that exists into something we can make money off of? I might be throwing away thousands of dollars on NFTs, but you're throwing away thousands of dollars on TSA pre-check or lottery tickets, or donating to political campaigns, or raising children. Critics will say NFTs are wasteful and can be used for fraud and other crimes. Fine, yeah, find me something that isn't. Good point. I mean, Onion is a satirical magazine or is a satirical website, but they do tend to make some good points sometimes. So the view may be nihilistic, but in the current scenario, it isn't entirely wrong. So much of the economy feels like a scam. The gig economy, student loans, the hope of retirement, a 9-to-5 job, consumers are always being tricked and squeezed by corporations. The promise of the middle class is fading fast. If it's not gone already, guys. I mean, there's a good chance that it's, pretty much gone. That there's not really a middle class in this country anymore. As much as there is a divide between the higher class and the lower class, the working class and the owner class. So for a lot of people, it just feels like you might as well lean into whatever financial chaos is available to try to hit it big. That's true. I mean, a lot of people do this. It's like, it's the same as going to a casino and hitting the slots. That's what NFTs and cryptocurrency and things like that are. If housing prices are so high, you're never going to be able to own a home. Why not try your hand at real estate and whatever the metaverse is? Yep. Why not try to buy property that doesn't really exist in a place that doesn't really exist, but it's infinite all at the same time? It's very strange. Crypto feels like a scam. So does a lot of the economy. It's easy to be dismissive of the current state of casino capitalism, where random people are just tossing random money in at random anything. It's also relatively easy to recognize that the landscape is likely to be one where there are few winners. And the winners are probably going to be people who are already winning financially. Yeah, you gotta have money to make money kind of a situation, is what that's stating there. The people who have the capital are always going to be one step ahead of everybody else. For every one person that makes money, you have 100 people that have lost money. It's basically just a giant wealth redistribution scheme, said Stephen Deal, a software engineer in London who recently laid out a scathing and widely read critique of crypto asset bubble, which it seems so fake as nobody can't quite figure out. Why it seems so fake is nobody can quite figure out what these things are, and they're being presented to different people with different stories. Dash is one of the originators of the NFT concept, but he worries about the clearly fraudulent nature of some dealings in the market. They had to coin the phrase rug pull to describe the fraud that happens in NFT communities because that type of thing is so common. What does that tell you? Value is ultimately a story. It's made up. One we tell ourselves and to others. In the United States, we've convinced ourselves of the story of the dollar, which is backed by the full force of the US government, but it's ultimately just a piece of paper. Cryptocurrencies and NFTs and AMC all come with their own stories, which admittedly can be on the kooky side. There's more to current money landscape than Dogecoin and meme stocks. That makes the whole thing seem a little fake. The stock market soared during the much of 2020 and 2021, even during the depths of the pandemic, making it hard not to wonder what the whole thing is for. I thought that a lot during the pandemic. I did think quite a bit that there was some issues with the way things were going there. As far as why the market was doing so well when other people were basically struggling to stay afloat. And there's a reason for that, because they don't reflect it. Like, Main Street doesn't reflect Wall Street. The federal government was able to deliver a lot of money through monetary and fiscal relief to keep the markets and regular people afloat. It's a lesson that when the government needs to find money, it can. But whether or not the influx makes money feel like fake depends on your perspective. Isn't this the year that money has felt the most real? Said Mike Conskall, Director of Macroeconomic Analysis at Roosevelt Institute. Child poverty cut in half, unemployment insurance capable of giving workers actual bargaining power for a change, real wage increases across the majority of people, wealth doubling in the bottom 50%. It's a strange place we're in, which might explain why these tangible improvements don't seem to dislodge national feelings of alienation. The state of the world and the economy can feel really hopeless. There's mass distrust in the institutions and in government, and economic mobility is increasingly hard to achieve. We're in the midst of a pandemic that doesn't look like it's going to ever really end. NFTs feel like a scam, but then again, so does everything. This is a really long article. We're going to go ahead and end it there because I did want to talk a little bit about modern monetary theory and the idea behind that, as far as what that has in relation to today's society. So let's read into this, guys. This is from the Fraser Institute, a primer on modern monetary theory. God damn it. Modern monetary theory, MMT, that's what we're going to call it from now on, MMT, because I can't talk, obviously, is a policy model for funding government spending. While MMT is not quite new, it has recently received widespread attention, and particularly as government spending has increased dramatically in response to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, and concerns grow about how to pay for this increased spending. The essential message of MMT is that there is no financial constraint on government spending as long as a country is a sovereign issuer of currency and does not tie the value of its currency to another currency. Both Canada and the US are examples of countries that are sovereign issuers of currency. In principle, being a sovereign issuer of currency endows the government with the ability to borrow money from the country's central bank. The central bank can effectively credit the government's bank account at the central bank for an unlimited amount of money without either changing the government interest or indeed demanding repayment of the government bonds to the central bank that the central bank has acquired. In 2020, The central banks in both Canada and the US bought a disproportionately large share of government bonds compared to the previous years, which has led some observers to argue that the governments of Canada and the United States are practicing MMT. Not for lack of the government not trying to, as far as the Republicans and Democrats that are owned by corporations and the rich and powerful. A related message of MMT is that increased government spending in pursuit of a variety of economic and social goals is socially desirable. MMT is arguably an expeditious way of funding increased government spending by obviating the need for government to raise additional tax revenues or to continue for private capital by offering competitive interest rates on the government bonds sold to private sector investors. The MMT policy model has been met with a number of objections. One is that central banks, such as the Bank of Canada, may not concur with government requests to fund the latter directly by purchasing government bonds. In principle, the Bank of Canada, as well as the central banks of other wealthy countries, are nominally independent of government controlling or funding mandates. However, since both Canada's Parliament and the U.S. Congress can legally alter their charters of their respective central banks, the de facto independence of the Bank of Canada and of the U.S. Federal Reserve ultimately exists at the will of the Canadian and U.S. governments. Which, I mean, it's kind of a scam, the way that they're doing this. They want you to think that they don't have control when they actually do. A second objection to MMT is that the implementation will lead to inflation, perhaps even hyperinflation, with devastating consequences of domestic economies. MMTers acknowledge the potential for increased government spending financed by the central bank to generate problematic inflation in a full employment economy. However, most MMTers see a low risk of inflation pursuant to increased government spending given current economic conditions, including relatively high unemployment, as well as recent experience of relatively low inflation notwithstanding government amounts of government borrowing. MMTers also note that government can reduce its spending or increase taxes in the event of inflation is becoming a problem, which they should do on the rich, for sure. So, whether government has the political will and technical ability to raise taxes and or cut spending is in response to rising risks of faster inflation is an open question. Hence, while the risk of MMT igniting a sustained and relatively fast rate of general price increases is uncertain, there has been relatively recent historical evidence in Latin America and Greece where the implementation of MMT did indeed result in runaway inflation and a significant decline in the standards of living in those relevant countries. I think that there's some nuance there in those situations. Let's see here. So I think this is a tool that we definitely need to use in situations where we're at right now, where there's such a dichotomy in the amount of wealth distribution from the working class to the owner class. Oh. So, I think, we really need to reevaluate the way that we run our financial systems and reevaluate money in general and the ideas that we have about balancing the country's budget and so on and so forth. We need it. We need a way to pull ourselves out of the absolute destruction to the economy that late stage capitalism is causing. So, yeah, if you're interested more, I can always answer questions. I can always help anybody out find information on this. I love to debate about this kind of stuff, so if you guys know anybody who's looking to debate it, let me know. I'll be happy to do so. So, let's see how much time we got. We got about a half an hour before we have our guest come on. So, let's see here. close out some of these windows because there we go. I did want to go over one last thing for funsies in the stream before we get to the debate, which we unfortunately have to keep in like a 30-minute or 40-minute section because for the simple fact that I have not paid for Zoom yet, and I don't want to go over that go over that amount of time because we can't unless we pay for it. So let's do some Jubilee. How about that? That sounds fun. Well, let's see here. Oh, I lost a little bit of the chatters here. I'm trying to find. Let's see here. Let's see. We can do men rank themselves by their dating profiles. Nah. Let's see here. So real Santa, is abortion murder? Middle ground. Let's see here. No. Do all Minecraft ranking strangers. Let's see here. I'm looking for the middle ground videos. Those are my favorite. Let's see here. Nope. I don't want to do any of these here. I'm looking for a good one for... God, I think I'm getting sick, guys. That's no fun. All right, this is a... Let's see here. Should we do something spicy? Let's see here. I'm trying to find something spicy. Are arranged marriages outdated? I have no idea. Are they? Let's see here. I really like the liberal teens versus... Let's see here. We'll do rich versus poor. Just because.
As a real estate guy, I can make millions of dollars and use the exact same tax loopholes that a Donald Trump would use.
Exactly.
And pay effectively no tax. And does that make me a bad guy, or did I just study the tax code?
It makes you a bad guy, yeah.
Middle ground.
Step forward if you agree. Being poor is a choice.
Yeah, no. There's one from each side. I don't get this. Like, why would somebody...
I do not want to be disingenuous to ignore systemic issues that we all experience, but I feel like it's 2021 and there's a lot of free resources. I mean, Facebook has a lot of free courses. I think that poor is also a mindset.
I agree. Originally, when I came out here, I started straight at the homeless shelter. I had to flee.
Get
from
on some
domestic
cheap
violence
zinc and
with my
OJ.
family.
Get them rookie numbers up.
Most people in general don't choose to be poor, but since I've been here, specifically in LA, a lot of people outside, they don't want to come into the shelter because they rather be in the tents.
I mean, I grew up poor, so...
But that's not a difference between being poor being a choice. It's whether you want to be poor and have more freedom by living in a tent or living in a shelter and having less freedom than you did, but being more secure. Like there's not really a difference between, you're still poor.
I have been on both sides of the coin, and I can reflect and look back on some of the lifestyle choices that I was making, some of the people that I was hanging around. So I don't think that people can initially control if they're.
I love it how people, like, you know, once they get to that point of being rich, they're like, you know, oh, it was, they make up these excuses like it was their friends or their poor choices. There's no systemic issues there or anything like that. It's ridiculous.
Born into poverty,
Right.
but I think that there is a certain level of control that comes along with being able to.
How? What's the level of control? What's I mean, either you're born into a situation where you have the tools and skills given to you that you can make something happen, or you have to learn that later, which already sets you off at a disadvantage. I had nobody to teach me things in growing up about financial situations, so when I did get out on my own, I had to learn all of that stuff myself really quickly. You can't expect a child to focus their energies on that when they're growing up if they don't have any introduction as to how important those things are.
Have that determination and that resilience. Yeah.
Can I have the disagreeer step forward?
We need to realize that these people are on the street not because of their own choosing, but because of the system that we live in perpetuates these things.
If I could speak to that, I come from a family that once relied on welfare and food stamps, and I have been blessed enough to make millions of dollars in real estate. But had I bought real estate from 2005 to 2008, I'd probably be bankrupt today. I just bought it at the right time.
People wish to be rich, they don't want to be rich. The difference is, do you take action? That being said, I agree with a lot of you.
So you're saying that everybody's poor because they didn't take action. Okay, so I think people take action every day, but people kind of get stuck in this monotony. Like, I have to pay my bills, so I have to go to this job and work 60 hours a week. So there's, no way to kind of break out that. How do you go into how do you go and find better employment if you're working for minimum wage and trying to get the money you need to pay your bills? It doesn't really leave time for much else. It's hard for me to even do this because I'm not making any money off of it yet. Hopefully I do eventually, but right now I'm not making any money off of it. But so this is a luxury that I use my spare time for, in order to, I guess, do something I'm passionate about in the hopes that maybe eventually it will pay off for me, financially as well. But as of right now, like, it's just a passion, and it's how I choose to spend my time. It's a shot in the dark, but that's what America's about, right? Is dreaming and trying to make your hopes and your dreams come true.
The points you're making about people not really having the resources or the opportunity to have any kind of action plan.
Some people don't even want to be rich. Like, I don't want to be rich. Like, but I also don't want to be poor. I'm happy in the middle. And I would want to live in a society where they could perpetuate people to live in
It's all right, Derp.
programs.
I kind of get what you're saying.
Billionaires should not exist.
No, they should not. It's not necessarily their fault that they exist, but it's the fault of the system, which allows them to exist when other people are living in abject poverty.
I don't see how anyone could ever spend $1 billion. It's not a necessity to have that much money, and I feel like there is a certain cap in which, like, you can completely survive and thrive with this amount of money, and then if you surpass that, you're just hoarding.
And then we've seen what...
I would feel guilty being a billionaire, I believe. I really do. I think that if I had that much money, I would feel really shitty. I would feel like that I wasn't doing enough, because I've been in situations where where I would take that money, maybe put it into investing, and then everything that was made off that investment I would continually go into helping the poor. There's some good programs in California and in Texas and places like that where they're trying to build transitional homes for the homeless and things like that. Just buying up properties and allowing homeless people to live in them. That would be great too. I think that's something that more people should do.
People with billions of dollars.
Wait, hold on. Someone near or endear to me is the only one generation away from the poverty cycle. There was a lot of back and forth sharing the good habits she had to learn regarding budgeting. While I only knew how to save money, but not necessarily budget, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it does. Budgeting is really hard for me too, because I don't know. I get in these mindsets, and this is some real shit here for you guys, and some real honesty. I get in these positions where I struggle for so long, and I try to pinch pennies for so long, and then I see other people being able to enjoy their lives and do things that they want to do. Go out and have a good time or whatnot. Spend things on their kid, and that's where most of my money goes to be honest, is I love doing things for my child. I love him being able to feel good and have good clothes and stuff like that. So that's where most of my extra money goes. But, sometimes I just feel like, why them and not me? And I get in this almost depressed state of mind, an almost frantic state of mind where I'm like, fuck this. I'm going to go out and spend money and bring myself some happiness. And I know part of that is the fact that our society puts such a value on material possessions and material things that I think that's going to bring me happiness. But then once that money's spent and I'm having a hard time making my rent or paying the bills for the next week, that's when the depression sets in even further, and it just drags me down. So I think that happens to a lot of people, is the frustrations there. And it's really hard to do that and to put your nose to the grindstone constantly. And I've done it. Like there's been years where I've never bought anything for myself and had to tell my kid that I couldn't afford things and stuff like that, especially over COVID. And that was really hard to do. But, that's just the thick of the situation, is that I think that everybody should have the opportunity to enjoy those things, those material possessions. It shouldn't be a have and have not situation.
Are doing with their money? They're going to space for fun.
Right.
Clearly, if we tax those people properly, they get their wealth and distribute it to people who need it, that'd be a much better use than going to space for fun.
Personally, I don't think there's an issues with billionaires existing. The issue for me is that they need to be held accountable the same
they don't
way
distribute
poor
it.
people do. And I'm talking about the justice system.
When you look at a lot of billionaires who have gotten that way because of the just incredible amount of value they've given to society, I won't even talk.
That's not the case, though, most of the time. If you look at all of the billionaires, that people think of Elon Musk, for instance, as self-made, his parents were rich. He was given opportunities to where he could start PayPal and things like that, and be able to have the leg up. I mean, he didn't come from abject poverty. You see that very, very, very little, where people make something of themselves from absolutely nothing in this country. At least not in recent times. I mean, even people like Donald Trump downplay the amount of help they got from their parents and stuff like that. And it's kind of sickening that they feel that they have to make excuses like, oh, we were poor. No, you had $1 million in the bank. How were you poor? It's really a situation where there's this myth that if you come from nothing, that you can make it to the top just through hard work. It's mostly luck. The only people that can make it to the top from that are people who get discovered music-wise, if you have some talents like that, which is very, 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 very hard to do. maybe you're good at sports or something, and but that's like 1 in a million. It's the chances of that happening to your average person are next to nothing. So it's definitely a difficult road to go from being, and the dirt poor, living on welfare all through your childhood, and then coming up into society and finding a way out of that and continuing on out of that. The 80s screwed us on. Yeah, that's true. Reaganomics, man. Yeah, exactly. Elon Musk was not poor.
Talk about a huge, crazy billionaire. I'll talk about Jay-Z, who's a billionaire. He made amazing music. That's how he became a billionaire. And so I don't think it's the government.
Right place, right time. A lot of people make amazing music. I know extremely talented people here locally in my own state, in own city, that are unbelievably talented, and they're still living paycheck to paycheck and trying to put everything into their music, their dream. And a lot of them probably won't make it, and that's really sad. If you come from nothing, it takes way more work, involving yourself with circles of people that you have what you want. Helps, but it's not always easy to get into those circles. Yeah, and that's true. And some of those people in those circles, like, I found that some people in circles where they're about making money and they're getting to the point where they're well off, end up stepping on the backs of other people to do so. And that's something I'm not morally prepared to do. So I will never step on somebody else to get ahead. And a lot of situations, like a lot of people who climb the financial ladder like that, end up doing that. And that kind of scares me more than anything. I don't ever want to be at that point. Let's see here.
Government's job to interject and say, okay, you have too much, we need to give it away. I mean, it would also never happen in any other arena. No one's going to go, hey, Simone Biles, you have too many gold medals. We're going to take them from you, and we're going to give them to the other people who weren't as talented as you.
I completely agree.
I completely disagree. I feel like that is the government's job. And Jay-Z, like you said, Jay-Z made his money from music. That's his labor. He's a musician. He's selling his talent. But then when he invested in the alcohol, then he's using other people who are harvesting the wheat, the agave. They're breaking their back. They're using their labor.
So do you think that he shouldn't invest in those people? Should they just say, the hell with your dreams, I'm not going to invest in you?
What about the job?
What do you mean?
They're having jobs.
Yeah, but how much are they getting paid for the jobs? Or those
Yeah.
jobs in the third world where
They're not getting the reaping the rewards that their labor is worth. Less and less people in this country reap the rewards of their labor. Reap the rewards of the labor that they should get. They're given pennies on a dollar. Minimum wage hasn't raised in this country for like a decade. There's fights constantly against taxing the rich and taxing capital gains, taxing things like that. And there's all kinds of loopholes and things like that for rich people, and all kinds of hurdles for poor people. Cost of living goes up constantly while wages stay the same, and it's getting harder and harder for people to make ends meet, let alone do things like buy a house. Like, there's not a lot of Gen Zers and millennials out there that are able to do that. Because of the financial situations that they're put into and grow into. Let's see here. Teaching college for the past 3 years definitely opened my eyes to the problems they're talking about in this video, and made me more cognizant of the hurdles my friends have that I wasn't aware of before. Yeah, I mean, it's always, like I said, like I was saying before in the previous segment, putting yourself in other people's shoes is very, very important, and thinking critically about the situations that and the financial institutions that we have in place.
made pennies,
Yeah,
and then
versus
Jay-Z
no
makes
job.
millions off their labor.
How many people? How much do you pay your employees?
You think harvesting
than
isn't
enough?
going to exist and Jay-Z doesn't invest?
If I may interject, I pay my employees like incredibly well, and I let them choose their own hours.
Okay, that's you, bud. Like, a lot of people don't. A lot of people can't because it's so hard to start a business in this country, which we'll probably find out here in a little bit talking to Leon when he comes on.
Someone who works for me is a single mother. I pay her $50 an hour. And I think that people that are providing jobs and opportunities, you can hate on them all you want, but at the end of the day, like, nobody would work that job if it wasn't in some way, shape, or form worth it.
People who make $1 billion get a fraction of the value they create. Everybody here who has a business understands.
That's bullshit. They're living high on the hog. If you're worth $1 billion, you don't have to worry about anything financially. Like, your money makes itself. And that's shown. Like, you can see that. Like, if you have that much money, like, there's financial ruin is next to impossible for you. Especially, if you are smart enough to get people to invest money for you and things like that. There's no way like that's the case. A fraction of what billionaires have to live on is multiple hundreds of times more than your average working class person has to live on.
That. Even Jay-Z only gets 15 cents a record he sells. Okay?
Yes. That's because he got exploited by the record label who's using his label to make money. It's the same
You
thing
keep using this word
when he
exploiting like
invests.
you understand the record business, of which I am in, okay? Record labels back hundreds of artists. Do you
He's wearing an Iowa Hawkeyes hat. What kind of record label?
know how many go busto? Yeah. Okay? They're taking risk in an artist by the...
This guy annoys the piss out of me. Like, first of all, he said busto. He seems one of those people that I talked about that lacks empathy.
tapes, paying the engineers, marketing, etc. They're exploiting them. They're taking on a bet. And they can't just give everybody 50-50. They'll go bankrupt. You don't understand the record business, and you're just yelling out these words exploiting like you know what you're talking about, but you don't.
That's why
they're not exploiting.
That's why there's one Jay-Z and not millions.
Exactly.
Of them.
I actually want to ask a question of how you define exploited and why you're saying that.
I'm using exploited in the Marxian term where your labor creates value and then your employer takes that value and distributes it unevenly to themselves and then leaves the rest for the workers. That's exploitation. My name is David. I work
Exactly. That's the fucking crux of it right there is exploitation is when you don't get the value for your work. And value by value I mean like even if you're a janitor, like you should get enough money to make a living wage for that job. And eventually there won't be janitor jobs, there won't be driving jobs, there won't be menial labor jobs. So we're going to have to figure something out.
For Disney in the entertainment character department, and I make around $33,000 a year.
How's your experience been working at Disneyland?
My experience working at Disneyland is very mixed. The workers themselves, like my coworkers, are amazing.
He's about to get fired from Disney.
People. Unfortunately, the company is not so great. They don't pay us that much. They have enough money to pay us more. I think they should just pay us more. But I don't think they're going to do that. That's why I'm advocating for a union to bargain in our favor.
My name is Jenny.
I know a few business owners in my circles in retail who won't pay well and were shocked when their employees went to someone else who will give them $2 an hour bump. $2 an hour makes a difference. Yeah, absolutely. Like you see a lot of even locally here and around the country, you see all of these low-paying jobs such as Burger Kings and Walmarts and things like that. They're losing employees left and right. They're having a hard time. You see help wanted signs in just about every window of these jobs because they're not paying their employees enough to keep them at that job. The pandemic has changed the mindset of workers and kind of showed them, not only the dangers of interacting with the world and going out into society and working these jobs, but also also like the fact that they're worth more, that they deserve more, the government funding that they've been given, for instance, like PPP loans and the stimulus checks and things like that, gave them a little bit of freedom to breathe and come out from underneath the thumb a little bit and realize what they're worth. And that's caused a trend in this country that's made people more and more likely to take, or less and less likely rather, to take menial labor jobs for $8 an hour, $9 an hour. Most places, or a lot of places I know are catching on, and they're starting to pay people at least a little bit more. $14 an hour, but not everybody. You don't see that happening a lot with fast food restaurants and things like that.
And I run a software design agency, and this year I'm going to be taking home about $400,000. When I started my business, that was like all consuming for me. Everything I did in my life was for business. And so I think my partner felt a lot of neglect. And so a lot of our arguments, a lot of the times that we had issues were because of my absence.
Well, see, that's another problem, is when you throw everything you have into making ends meet and making a success of yourself, you can lose other things in your life. You can lose connections and things with people. You can lose connections with yourself and your creativity and being able to have time for self-care, things like that. I mean, when you have to push so hard to make anything happen, you push like you're trying to make a mile and you make an inch, it makes things really hard.
Economy is rigged.
Transportation can also limit job availability too in that situation. Yeah, that's very true. And I have a friend who chased money for years and he got it, but the cost of a marriage. Yeah, exactly. Things like that happen all the time. You see that especially, I mean, with people who climb the corporate ladder and their mentalities even start to change. They become more cutthroat in their lives and therefore become less appealing and less empathetic in their personal lives as well.
If you're born in a rich family, you have more opportunities. And as someone who is poor, living paycheck to paycheck, you're stuck having to apply to jobs and settle for things that you don't like instead of being able to follow your passions.
I agree and disagree. I agree that it's rigged to incentivize certain areas and behaviors, like we have millions and millions of farm subsidies, so it supports agribusiness. It may support one area like real estate or capital investment over labor, but I don't think it's generally rigged to basically keep the rich guy rich and the poor guy poor.
How do you not see that? I mean, that's exactly what you were just talking about. It's like, there's situation from the working class to investors. Like that's the owner class versus the working class. That's exactly what he's contradicting himself in the same sentence.
I'll disagree. But there are certain policies like the reinvestment in productive people's hands for building real estate. I would say that's a good thing, right?
When you say
I don't
productive people, like, do you just mean people with money?
No, I mean people that actually take that money, organize people, put it to work, and create value. That's what I mean by productive people.
But who creates the value? It's the workers who create the value.
Yes.
Listen, there's people who take risk and they risk their money. That's creating value.
Where does that money come from? If you don't have money to risk, then you're never going to be able to be in that situation in order to take any risks. And so therefore you're stuck in your situation. That's kind of the crux of the whole thing right there.
You discount is the person willing to risk their savings, okay, and provide capital for that venture and to be paid last. So if it goes busto, the worker still gets paid, the investor doesn't. If it goes well, the worker gets paid and the investor makes money. You discount the role of capital and savings in any type of venture. Like my mom didn't want to be rich. She wanted to be a school teacher and work and do that and live in the middle ground, and that's fine. But there are people like me who want to take a lot of risk and get a lot of reward. And we put that capital to work. And you should respect that. Hi, my name is Bill Perkins. I run a hedge fund. I do investments and other things. I manage my own money. How much I make annually? Sometimes I lose money, but I'd say on average.
Fucking hedge funds. This guy's one of the evil empire guys, posing as a broham, saying words like busto.
Over 10 million a year. I took care of my dad in the last years of his life. He died broke. I did not inherit my money. I made it myself. I really don't care about the money. Money is a tool for me to have the experiences that I want to have out of life.
Right, and that means that only you get to do that, as opposed to somebody who doesn't have the same opportunities. All right, and another thing is this guy's a little bit older, so the economy probably wasn't as shot when he started to make his money as it is now.
Many experiences that I want to have.
You have to have a certain level of awareness and knowledge to know the rules of the game. And I think that there are barriers put in place to kind of prevent people from knowing the rules, but I think that it's out there and you can have access to it, and it's, you know, I think that knowing
I
the
agree
rules
with
is
you.
different.
I know the rules, and I think they're disgusting. That's why I want to.
Yeah.
Why don't you play the game then? I mean, you can.
I think
Exactly. This is the point I was trying to make. If I played the game, that would make me disgusting. It would make me a bad person. You would, you know, like a lot of people when they play the game, they take those rules and they. Why does it have to be a game? Anyways, why can't everybody be successful? Why can't we give a shot to everybody? The fact that it's a game makes it sound like there's going to be losers no matter what, which that shouldn't be the case in human society. We should try to lift all of each other up, right? I mean, the fact that you have to there's ways to make yourself successful and to make society as a whole successful without stepping on each other's backs. Just that whole mentality is part of the problem.
I think they're disgusting. Why would I want to play the game?
As a real estate guy, I can make millions of dollars and use the exact same tax loopholes that a Donald Trump would use and
Exactly.
pay effectively no tax. And does that make me a bad guy, or did I just study the tax code?
Yeah, it makes you a bad
You're
guy.
a bad guy, yeah.
You think so?
If you do that, yeah.
Yeah, it makes you a bad guy. Like, if you're going to take advantage of people in situations and you know, like that's definitely not a good thing. There's always going to be attrition, but the people who fall into the statistic should never end up homeless. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that everybody's always going to make the same amount of money. Like, not everybody's going to be equal like this the whole way across. Like, even in like Star Trek, which is like what I consider like an ideal society, I guess. There were still people who were, you know, less like incentivized and powerful than other people, but they still lived a fulfilling and happy life. You could be a bartender or open a seafood shop or a little, you know, hot dog stand or something, and still live your life and be able to do things and go on vacations and experience life to its fullest. That's not a possibility in today's society because, like, most of the time you're working to make somebody else money to the point where you don't have anything left afterwards, you know? Like, you have to pay your bills and everything like that, and then there's no fulfillment for you from your labor.
I'm following the law to a T.
The law is wrong. Yeah.
Why is it wrong? It's the
But
law.
I'm not.
You think just because of the law, it's always right?
No, certainly not. Certainly.
No, I'm not.
That's what she just said, though. If she's saying that if it's a law, then it should be followed. It's always right. But I mean, we've obviously proven that's not the case with changing things like civil rights and segregation and slavery and so on and so forth. You know.
I'm not saying
But that's
that.
my point.
I'm not
No, the
saying
law is
that,
written
but
to encourage investment, is which they want. So he's investing. So like the law is written to encourage certain things. If you disagree with it, you can go lobby and change. But he's not a bad guy.
I know you mentioned that there are barriers in place that do keep people kind of in impoverished conditions, but I don't think that we all acknowledge like the mental.
Well, that's where I was going. So if I can reflect on myself, I mean, I remember when I was living in poverty, I was just trying to survive. So I didn't even have the brain capacity to try to, or the willpower to kind of even desire to access the rules of the economy. But I mean, I had an epiphany, and I literally woke up one day and I was like, I cannot live the rest of my life like this. And I don't care if people call me lame, square, they're going to question my blackness. I mean, I don't care. I'm getting
Right.
out.
Well, speaking about blackness, do you think there's a correlation between people from the African diaspora and people of color and poverty? You don't think there's like a relationship there?
Oh,
It's true.
yeah,
that,
there's definitely-
You know, I belong to a community that makes less than certain other communities. That's true. Significantly less. But you can't look at differences between groups and say it's only because of systems. Systems played a huge deal to it. I'm not discounting that at all. Like, it's a real big deal, and we're working to.
This guy is compromising. Like, he's compromising what he believes. Like, I can tell that, like, maybe he used to think a different way, but like he's making excuses now for the steps that he's made to make it big and make it rich. I can tell in the way that he's discussing things. It's kind of sad to see that, you know. Let's see here. Generally, new ideas for businesses that turn people into millionaires are rare. I haven't heard of any reasonable ideas from the rich side yet in this video. Exactly. I mean, it's like critical thinking. Like I said, what have they? They're making it sound like anybody can do this, and that's just not the case. Part of me says that there's rich and we're screening this video for their position they have. New people wouldn't like. They need people who went from poor to rich for the past 20 to 25 years. Yeah, they probably won't find too many people that have been in that situation.
Change that. But also, I mean, statistically, like, people from my old neighborhood and people, you know, around in these communities, they spend about 50% more on shoes than people who are not in those neighborhoods. And it's like, man, that.
Well, not only that, Todd, but I think I looked up a recent statistic that said that Asian households, their children tend to study 13 to 15 hours a week, where in a black household, it's like 3 hours a week.
Okay, so she's making Asians as a monolith right there, first of all. Like, are those Japanese people, Korean people? What are you talking about? Like, which people, like, which Asian people? It's not all Asian cultures are have that sort of work ethic instilled into them. Just,
I know you said it's not like a race issue, but when you think about the way that we got here as like African people, it was a race issue. We didn't have a chance to discover America like the other people did.
Mhm.
So I feel like how you had mentioned that Asian Americans, they study more than black households. You don't feel like those communities are kind of socialized in their upbringing to be more inclined to care about their finances, as opposed to like African Americans, we would rather look rich than actually be rich. I think that's a part of like our community.
It's a culture. It's a choice.
Well, it's
not a choice.
I don't
To a certain extent.
I think it's a choice.
2021.
I do think it's a choice. I'm not going to say it's not a choice, but I'm saying, do you feel like some people don't have the same choices as other people's in different communities?
I think some people don't have the mental capacity to allocate the energy to.
mindset's a weird thing, guys. So mindset is a really weird thing. Like if you get it's really hard to be in a situation where perpetually, for generation after generation after generation after generation, you've been stuck in the same. A culture's been stuck in the same way of thinking and the same situations. You know, as far as their financial standing, and blocks to their financial standing have only been dissipated little by little over a period of 300 years. You're going to find that there are going to be some mental blockades to breaking out of those what's the word I'm looking for? Breaking out of those monotonous situations, breaking out of those learned traits. You know, even if it's like, what do they call it? Epigenetic. It's almost like epigenetic learning. It's like generation after generation goes through these hardships and get beat down and beat down and beat down. And eventually it's like instilled in them through every part of their culture and every part of their being, every part of their upbringing, things like that. And it makes it hard for people to break out of those mindsets. I try my best to break out of those mindsets from when I was younger and was poor. and it's much harder these days, or it's still hard these days to think, that I could be more, I could do more, I could be successful in my life, because I've always been told, that I'm the poor kid, I'm the person who's going to be stuck in this position. There's nothing I can do. I'm not smart enough. I'm not good enough. I don't have the financial backing to get me off the ground. And those things get stuck, in your head. And you try to break out of them as much as possible. And you can tell yourself objectively, hey, that's not necessarily the truth. I can break out of this. But there's always that voice, Derpshot, mindset is learned and harbored by other in those circles with similar goals that what you want for yourself. Let's see here. I only went to school because it was harbored by the circles I was in, and learned from the people I worked with along the way who had similar goals. It's not easy to learn. I know a ton of people with the mindset but end up in poverty in tech. Yeah, I mean, even people who have the right mindset can end up in poverty. But everybody's going to always say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, like it's your fault, no matter what. And then you think it's your fault. And so you continually think that you're not good enough. And so that it keeps you in that position. It's part of the whole system, which keeps the working class and keeps them subjugated to the owner class.
Learn the rules of the game, quote unquote, because their instincts are kicking in to just survive.
I think trauma plays a heavier role than we like to account for. Trauma is the reason why I'm here. I come from a family, a heavily cult Islamic family, and the things that I was doing in my life they didn't agree with. They pretty much sent people to my house to kill me. I was set up multiple times. They hacked my social media pages.
God damn. That's some crazy shit right there. Yeah, when your family doesn't like your views, so they just try to kill you.
Both my iPhones, you know what I mean? So I don't want to just kind of ignore trauma as if it doesn't really matter in terms of what you are capable of doing, because people that are traumatized and people that do deal with a lot of oppression.
And being oppressed and having your family oppressed for generation after generation after generation does cause that sort of trauma, and does cause that mindset to make you think that you're not worth it or you can't get out of it. And that's a feature, not a bug for the owner class. They like to perpetuate that in people and make it worse and worse and worse. At the same time, well, they're making it like objectively worse for people because the price of living is going up while the wages stay stagnant, and so it's you feel it more and more, and so that trauma gets deeper and deeper.
To get some of their choices removed.
I can acknowledge that, yes.
My name is Hanifa. I'm an author, and I'm currently homeless, so I don't make any money right now. I grew up Muslim my entire life, and in Islam, it is permissible to marry your cousin. So my family enforced sexual acts in between cousins. It led to me having to flee my...
Holy shit. Once you think it bad, you have it bad in your life, you got to listen to somebody else's story, man, and put yourself in their shoes. That's unbelievable that she had to go through that.
Hometown and come all the way to California, which is 2,600 miles away, just that I can avoid being killed.
I've worried where my next meal will come from.
Me. Been there.
Me and my partner right now are applying for EBT because we are just like living check to check right now, and I'm supporting both of us because she just lost her job. We're like literally trying to get help from the government so that we can know that we have the funds to get groceries. It's so hard, and it feels like it's not as accessible as people make it seem.
To have everything stripped.
I don't understand this woman right here, because she's arguing one thing and showing emotion, like I don't know. I think that I think there's some dissonance in her language and her heart.
ripped away from you and to not know where you're gonna sleep. It's just very difficult. You know, I almost feels like a past life of having like everything. You know, I had bags. I had to take my little Michael Kors back to the pawn shop, take every item of clothing that I had to Plato's Closet so that I could buy a one-way ticket for myself and my child. I didn't know what we were gonna eat. I didn't know where we were gonna sleep. And not to be a victim, but it's not my fault why I'm here, you know? It's because I speak out against cult behavior. I speak out against pedophilia. And publishing my story has the domino effect of that has led me to not knowing where I'm gonna eat. And I've never had that happen to me before prior to 4 months ago. And that's just really tough.
Thank you for sharing your story. That's really powerful. And yeah, like if you need help, like after this, let's just talk. That pulls on my heartstrings because my mother.
See, it's like this guy. I don't know if he knows that his like ways that he's doing things are part of the problem, but at least he's trying to show empathy.
Raised us 3 kids by herself, and my father was a wife beater. He was also a child molester, so anyone listening can connect the dots on that. I feel for you.
I almost want to jump out because it was only a short period of time, you know, and just that short period of time when you're busted or whatever, and you're just like whatever. But you guys were like in the
Busto.
real thick of it. You guys are in the trenches. I visited the trenches for like a couple.
You had a ton.
You know?
So I'm getting paid paycheck.
See, and he just said, "Oh, I made it from nothing," but then he just admits right there that he really has only dipped his toe in those trenches, you know. So, yeah.
To paycheck, and on top of that, I have a crippling gambling addiction. I'm addicted to weed. I'm addicted to alcohol. I'm addicted to vaping. And as soon as I have that direct deposit, it's like I have no control. Almost like I black out and I start gambling, start ordering drinks, start ordering weed, and
That's exactly what I was talking about that before. That I mean, it's not that deep for me, but every once in a while I get that breakdown in my head that says, "Well, fuck, I should be able to do these things. I should be able to enjoy myself," and then I'll go out and spend a shit ton of money on alcohol or go shopping and spend money that I shouldn't. You know, well, not that I shouldn't, but that I should have, but I don't, you know. that's that mindset, you know. It's like trying to make yourself feel good for just even a little second because you know that life's short and you're not probably going to have that opportunity.
And then I come out of that no control feeling, and I'm like thinking, how am I gonna feed my pets this week? My cat, my dog. Like I had all these plans up to my payday. Before I know it, all my money's gone, and it's addiction.
When you're in a position when you don't have a lot of money, you can't do a lot of things for fun, and you're often just like working. I have to survive. I have to feed myself. And so when you get that paycheck and you have just a little bit of enough money to do something that will spark joy for you, it's so hard to be like, no, I'll put it aside to save. It's like, I'll just do this one thing for myself. I'll just treat myself. And then it's like, well, now it's gone.
I
Now,
completely understand what you're saying, and I used to think like that too, but I also thought about how joyful it would be to be rich. I would rather not have that instant gratification because the gratification of being infinitely stable or more stable is more important. My name is Brittany. I am a holistic health practitioner, and I make around $130,000 a year. My relationship with my brother has literally crumbled since I have acquired more money. He only calls me when he needs something. The only person that I really have a relationship with is my mom. I haven't spoken to my brother.
Oh, you poor thing.
I want them to be happy and, you know, and successful more than anything. But it almost feels dehumanizing to be looked at as just the help and not a sister or a cousin or something like that, yeah.
My name is Mia, and I'm currently working as a customer service representative for a moving and storage company. I make $45K a year. My family has always been like, oh, you gotta look presentable, you gotta look nice.
That's ridiculous. Like that, like 10, 15 years ago, that would have been an all right salary, but nowadays it's not. It's just not.
Whenever we're going out to eat or to the mall. But as an adult, you know, a lot of my money isn't going towards buying new clothes or jewelry, makeup, whatever it might be. So you'll catch me in like sweats and a t-shirt, and I just don't feel presentable enough to be at the mall, to be at a restaurant, because of that embarrassing feeling and shame of not investing more in how I present myself.
The disagreeer.
You're just hanging out back there.
You know, I feel like I misunderstood the prompt.
So have you ever worried about where your next meal was going to come from? Ever?
Oh, no, I definitely have. Like when I was in college, I was trying to buy groceries, and the lady behind me ended up paying.
Yeah, she
groceries
had.
for me, and it's so embarrassing because my car got maxed out and I had no money in the bank account, basically.
$15 an hour is not enough for minimum wage.
It is not.
I did have a question for you two. You both mentioned that you suffer from addiction and that as soon as you get a paycheck, it's gone, whether it's gambling or weed or shopping or whatever. If you had a higher income, would that change?
Personally, yes, because the whole reason I gamble is like, let me get that $60,000 win and I'll stop gambling. That's my mindset, right? And another
Yeah, that's you know, it's a reach for the future in any way you possibly can.
thing is, I feel like if I were to have like passive income, I guess you can say, or be financially stable, I can pursue and distract myself with my actual passions. Like I want to start a true crime YouTube channel, but I don't have the laptop, I don't have the camera. The addiction takes control, so I don't think about.
Let me tell you something, guys. So I was gotten myself into a lucky situation just recently because I had no computer to do this stuff on. I had no microphone, no lights, nothing, no space to do what I wanted to do as far as these videos were concerned. I have a friend who I live with now who wanted to do some of the same similar things. He's making comic books and he's doing, you know, videos and things like that. And he accepted me coming into his home, and he bought this computer and all of this equipment and gave me the opportunity so that I could put my voice out there and try to fulfill my dream and fulfill my hopes of doing something with myself as far as producing content is concerned. And I owe him big for that. Like, I mean, I wish there was a way that I could you know, make it known to him that I really appreciate it, and I don't know where I'd be without that sort of help. So even the littlest things like that can be big, because people like this girl right here may not have that sort of support system or people who can help her out with that sort of thing. So
About the things I don't have, and I just feel numb and thoughtless, and I'm just enjoying my TV. And so yeah, I feel like it would change. I would be able to have other distractions that are beneficial to me in a positive way.
If you had more money, you could probably have access to help, like medical.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
psychiatrists.
Psychiatry
That's-
and things
that's
like
really
that.
Expensive, and you can't afford it living off of minimum wage. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of jobs will pay minimum wage, but they will expect maximum effort. And I'm like, if you're gonna pay me minimum wage, I'm putting in the bare minimum effort.
I've always looked at it the opposite way. Like if I go into a company and they're paying me minimum wage, I do everything that I can to get promoted. Hi, my name is Todd. I am 29 years old. I am a real estate investor and a YouTuber, and I make about $1.4 million per year. When you grow up the way I did with no money and your mom is struggling and crying herself to sleep every night because you can't pay the bills, that takes a toll on you as a kid and seeing that struggle. I got my first job when I was 12 years old, literally shoveling horse poop for $3 an hour. And I looked at myself when I was 12 years old and I was like, you've got to make $1 million a year by the time you're 30.
My name is Sean. I'm 23 years old. I'm a musician and content creator, and I make minimum wage at a retail job. If I wasn't having to work every day to pay my rent, then I would have more time to make music
This is exactly what I was just saying here.
and connect with people and find venues to perform my music. And if I had the money, I would be able to market and promote my music so that it could reach a wider audience.
For me, my mindset is
We're going to probably end after this segment, guys, because I do got somebody waiting on me to do a interview.
It's always been like,
So-
okay, we work minimum wage, but we're going to work harder to get promoted, and then we're going to do something else with our lives.
Many, many, many years ago, you could go live off the land. You didn't have to work for somebody in order to survive. All the land is taken. It's in federal land. You can't go fishing in these federal streams. You can't do that. So that's not possible at scale. In order to survive, you must work for someone else. That forces wages down, right? People can't just go F.
Yeah, which sucks. There's something fundamentally flawed with our system if that's the case.
I'm not going to work. I'm going to chill and work on my novel or do whatever. So that's the part where I agree with you. I'm a supporter of UBI so that people aren't forced to work. And where I disagree is that we don't pay people based on what they need. And you were kind of pointing to this. I give the minimum effort if you pay me minimum wage. But there's certain jobs that are not worth $15 an hour. They're just frankly not worth it. Maybe they're
Like what?
worth $5. Maybe they're worth $2. I want you to watch TV for an hour in your house and tell me how many commercials come up because I'm doing a survey. I want to pay you $7 an hour. You think I should have to pay you $15 an hour for that? Or would you take $7 an hour to sit on your couch and count commercials that show up on a television?
I mean, yeah, I would take any money.
Okay, so everybody here agreed that it should be $15 an hour minimum wage. Yeah. But by making the wage $15 an hour,
Because when you're put in a situation where you have no choice, or you feel like you have a little choice, you're going to do whatever you can to make as much money to make up for that, to make up for the fact that you don't have minimum wage. That's why the gig economy is so big, why people go out and work, so much for so little at 4 different jobs.
you just eliminated a job that he's willing to do.
All right, guys, we're going to leave that at that right there. It's been a great segment for that. I really like these Jubilee videos. They're a lot of fun. But I'm going to see if we can get Leon on now. Let's see here. See if he's on here. Join with computer audio. Let's see here. There we go. Admit. There we go. All right. Leon, can you hear me? I can't hear you. There we go. I can see you. Are you unmuted? I can't hear you. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let's see if we can change this. Let's see. Trying to get the sound to work here. Let's see here. That's not working. Let's see. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see if I can get the sound to work here. Having problems with the sound. Let's see here. OBS virtual camera. Let's see if that'll work. Audio. All right. Headphones. Okay. Can you say something now?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
There we go.
All right. Awesome. Here, let me get you added to the stream here. Just took me a second to figure out those settings there. Let's see. How you doing, man?
Doing well. How about you?
Doing all right. Just trying to get this stream thing going here. Been working on it for a while now. Let's see here. This is the Zoom video and Zoom meeting. There we go. Does that work? Let's see if I can get it in there. This is my first time having somebody on, so it's a little bit of a learning experience here.
Okay.
Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Zoom meeting. Let's see here. View. Full screen. Still not showing the video for some reason. Oops. There we go. Oh, I might have to just do it with audio for now.
That's all right.
So, hey man, so I wanted to talk to you about a couple of things here. First of all, so you're a business owner, right?
Yes.
Okay. So like we had an interesting conversation recently about minimum wage and what you feel like the position that you're in as far as a business owner having to deal with a possible raise to a minimum wage, right?
Right.
So I just want to kind of give a little bit. First of all, I want to give a little bit of background about where your business is at and like what you do and how many employees you have and what you think about the minimum wage and the situation that the economy's in.
Well, I'm in a unique position. I own 3 businesses, technically 4, but I also am part of the workforce because I also have side jobs where I'm not the boss. So, my main business is an indoor dog park daycare boarding facility here in Lincoln, Nebraska. And I have about 20, it fluctuates between 20 and 25 employees on the payroll at a time, usually closer to 25. Um, Minimum wage. With where I'm at, I'm in a unique standpoint because I see it from both sides. As a boss, as a business owner, it is hard. Um, I want to sit here and say no, don't hike up minimum wage, but at the same time, I am very empathetic to my employees, so I do want to bump up our minimum wage. In fact, we just bumped up our minimum wage to 15, close to 15 here at my business.
Oh, nice.
But at the other hand, being in the workforce, I'm all for upping the minimum wage because that means I get more money for the work that I'm doing. So yeah, I see both sides of it, and so it just depends on where I am during the day, where my leanings lie.
Sure. So like I know that like it makes it hard for you. So as far as paying your employees and stuff like that, because I know you, I know you're a good guy, and I know you like to you'd like to pay people more for their work. Like you prosper, they prosper, everybody prospers, that sort of thing. But it makes it hard because of the situation of if you do that, the cost of running your business gets hit, and then you might have to close, and then they lose their job anyway. So that kind of right where I'm coming from in your point of view. Oh, hold on, let me see here. I think I might have muted myself. Unmute. There we go. Okay, can you hear me now? I
Yeah,
got it.
okay.
I got muted for some reason. Okay,
No worries.
so what I was saying is that like so the fear about of paying having to pay a minimum wage to your employees of $15 or higher is basically that if you do that, then the cost of running the business, because cost of living and cost of running a business keeps going up and up and up, it's going to be harder for you to maintain your business, keep your business open, which would eventually make them lose their jobs anyways.
Right. So a little background. When we were starting this business, minimum wage here in Nebraska was $7.25, and we had decided that we were going to start off at $10 an hour. So that was our business plan. That's what we took to the banks. That's what we got the $2.5 million loan on in order to start our business. By the time we opened, it took us about 3 years to open. Minimum wage was now $9 or $9.25, whatever it is now. So all of a sudden, we were paying maybe $1 over minimum wage, and then, sorry, excuse me. Of course, with the change in society, especially since 2020, we've seen the call to change our wages even more. The issue we had, and I've had this discussion with people before, and they, you've got both spectrums. Obviously, you've got the people that understand, the people that are like, well, you should still do it, and then you have the people that say, well, if you can't pay this, then you shouldn't be open anyway. So I was running numbers in order to prepare for this interview. For me, for our bump from $10 to $15 an hour for our employees is costing us an extra $250,000, extra $250,000 a year in payroll.
Yeah, so that's push you in a place where you're like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna make it for the next year, right?
Well, fortunately, thank you to everyone here in Lincoln and Omaha and the surrounding areas. We're at a point that we can. 2021 was actually our first profitable year, which is why we felt comfortable after 2021 going, all right, we can bump our employees up to a more living wage, because it was, like I said, I'm very empathetic. I listen to my employees, and some of them had concerns that they had moved in somewhere, then all of a sudden their roommate backed out, so now they were having to pay the entire rent, and they couldn't do it off of 12 or 13 for some of my employees and everything. So it was one of those that we crunched numbers, we worked really hard, and thankful for the community for supporting the business so much that we were able to make the bump up for them.
Yeah. So what do you think? What do you think that we need to do in society to kind of fix the problems with the economy and the situations that we're in, as far as for business owners, like for somebody like that's starting out, maybe doesn't have a a nest egg or whatever to start a business, but they want to do something different because working paycheck to paycheck doesn't work, obviously, for a lot of people.
Right.
Like, what do you think that will get the economy back to a place where somebody can take that risk,
Honestly, I wish I knew. Um, and this is where my and me, I sit on the fence on things, and it depends on what subject we're talking about, which way I lean.
Mhm.
And this is where a lot of my conservative leaning comes in, where the government just needs to get out of it. I don't think we should have a minimum wage on a federal level. I think we should have a minimum wage on a state level, because the cost of living here isn't nearly what it is like in California.
Mhm.
In California, you get paid $26 an hour, and you're barely scraping by it on a livable wage out there. And that was, I think, 2017. That poll was taken. So it's one of those. I'm sure it's up to $30 or $35 an hour, but you pay out here, and I think it was right around $15 or $16 an hour when that poll was done.
Mhm.
If you change it to 15 across the nation, here in the Midwest states, would people be able to be more on a living wage, be able to afford things better? Absolutely. But the problem is the big, states, the big cities would go, oh, well, this is all we have to pay you is $15 an hour. So therefore, living in San Diego, when I was living there, I had a 1-bedroom apartment, which was $2,800 a month for 900 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, $15 a month wouldn't pay for that. I was working at Men's Warehouse out there. I was DJing on the side. I was doing weddings on the side. So I paid for everything in the long run, but I was working 3 jobs essentially to do it.
Sure.
So it's I think the problem is with the central government saying, look, this is what it is. I understand the need for it before, when companies refuse to do so. I think we're moving towards more of a society mindset as a whole that, look, we need to take care of our employees. We need to take care of, those of the lower class. We need to bring them up. As we bring them up, there's more money to spend.
Sure.
So I think it needs to leave a federal level and go to a state level where it can be more influenced by those that live in the state. I'm just afraid that these massive corporations are still going to abuse the power of saying, oh, well, we're up to $15 an hour. That's what we're going to pay you. You wanted 15, we gave you 15. We don't care if it's still $10-15 short what you need, because we're just paying, you wanted 15, so we're going to give you 15.
Yeah, I think in theory that sounds like a good idea, because the cost of living is different in different places, like you said, and stuff like that. My concern though is that the people that we have in power are not necessarily concerned with the success of the working class necessarily. Like that they're more concerned with making their donors happy, things like that.
And that's why I'm a big proponent of term limits on everyone.
Yeah.
When the nation was founded, politician wasn't meant to be a career. It was, you either served 4 or 8 years and you went back to the company you ran. You went back to being a lawyer or a farmer or whatever you were before you became a politician. And that eliminated, big companies, big oil, pharma, all these other companies having their fingers and their hands in your pocket going, hey, a little nudge here, just a little nudge here. Because that would eliminate, because it's, well, no, I'm not going to do what you want. Well, we're not going to get you reelected. Well,
yeah,
forget it. I was out in four more months anyway, so what's the big deal?
Right, but and I think even in those situations, there'd still be like cash grabs. Like people would try to make as much money as possible while they could, and then get a job as a lobbyist afterward, stuff like that. So that's a lot of where my concern is as far as that's concerned, and also with people like with the minimum wage. What I would like to see, first of all, I don't know if you're familiar with UBI at all,
No.
Universal Basic Income. So if we gave everybody to a certain amount of a stipend, each month to kind of from the government directly to supplement their income so that they can take more risks in their business life and stuff like that, which would be a good I guess starter for how we could fix things. But I do think that that there should be kind of maybe some outside sources from elected officials that kind of like regulate where the minimum wage sits for people. For instance, like in this state, I think it's somewhere around like a living wage, which means that all your bills are taken care of and you have money for a vacation a year, something along those lines, right? Would be about $17 to $18 an hour, depending on what area you live in. And yet the minimum wage here is what, $9 or
$9.25.
Yeah, $9 or $9.25. So that's almost half of what you need in order to do that. And a lot of people make the argument that it's minimum wage jobs are for kids, for like college students, and for people who are like still living with family and stuff like that. But if you look at the statistics, it shows that about 48% of the people that work minimum wage jobs are supporting a two child household, and so it's really, we can't rely on the fact that those jobs are just going to be for those people anymore. And then I think that people are kind of starting to wake up to that. I don't know where you rely on unions or not, But
I'm fine with them.
yeah, but I see a lot of people that are starting. There's a lot more union people trying to get into unions, and there's a lot more strikes, things like that. And there's also a lot more people that are denying those minimum wage jobs, which is why you go through every Burger King in town and you see a help wanted sign in the window, because you don't see those. The people are less likely to take those jobs because I don't know what it, and do you can you give me an idea? Do you have any idea where that comes from? Because what for me, I think it's just like they got a little taste from of not only the danger from the pandemic, but also the fact that they were helped along the way to get out of that. And
I think it's partially that. I also think it's the historical treatment that a lot of like fast food places do. Fast food places. I've worked numerous of them. Throughout the years. Uh, I think four different companies. It was you show up, do all this stuff. For minimum wage, maybe a dollar or two more. But in the end, you're replaceable. In the end, you're replaceable. Someone else will come in, they'll take your job, and it's whatever. We're just going to work you until you can't work anymore, and then we're going to kick you out. And historically, that's how it's been. You bring up Burger King. The one on the north side of Lincoln here went viral with their we all quit. We walked
mhm,
out, and and I don't know if any of the allegations that the employees brought up, but apparently the AC had been broken for months, and it was sitting 90 degrees in their kitchen. But the managers and the owner of that franchise expected them to still work in it.
mhm.
As a business owner, I understand. I have problems with my HVAC. Sometimes it can take a few weeks, for a product or something to get in for to fix. If it's been months, and so it's the uh, historic treatment that they faced,
Mhm.
which is one of the reasons I wanted to get out of fast food. I jumped to a couple of different fast food places, and I wanted out of it. Um,
And let's be honest, nobody should eat that shit anyways.
oh,
It's
right,
awful for you.
exactly. I man, trust me, I've got that COVID belly going on, which is my
And
goal
and you're
this
and
year
you're
to get
really
rid
into
of.
health too. I mean, I've seen
Yeah,
you like cosplay Kratos before. I mean,
right.
you've been ripped, but like I think that affected all of us a little bit.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, it was, because everything shut down, I was able to keep my business open during COVID because we were considered essential. But because everyone else was staying home, I didn't have to worry about, they didn't have to worry about daycare. So I went from end of 19, early 20, I was at, I don't know, 40, 60 dogs a day on average. And then COVID hit and we dropped down to 5 or 10 dogs a day.
Hmm.
So we took a pretty big hit, and then us owners didn't take a paycheck for quite a while in order to make sure our employees could be paid
Hmm.
throughout that. And while I sit here and say I don't like huge government, I don't like all the handouts they do. Thank God for the handouts they were doing. Thank God for the PPP that they were giving out, because that's what kept us afloat. And then come 2021, people were like, all right, we're done with COVID. Even though it's not over,
Yeah.
we're bringing our pets to you because we got to get back to work, or all the COVID puppies.
Yeah.
So,
So do you think like in that statement that there's like you think there's a time for government to step in, obviously.
absolutely. I think there is. I think our government currently tries to overstep some of its bounds, and this goes on both political sides of the aisle. There, I'm not just picking on the left. It's there's a lot of government bailouts. Of large corporations, of all these programs. I think we can lessen welfare and that type of thing if we would bring up the minimum wage. If we could get people to that living wage, I
Hmm.
think we could ease back on welfare.
Hmm. Well, and to be
And that's
fair, like that like welfare is kind of a joke in this country as is, right?
right.
Like
Yeah,
I mean, there's that line, right, where you go from poverty to being over what they consider poverty, and then you
right,
just get knocked right back down again because you don't have that assistance, right?
right. Well, and and so the people on the right sit here and say, "Oh, well, we need to cut welfare, but we need to lessen it, but we also don't want to increase wages." And I'm going, "But if you increase wages, wouldn't that help people get off of welfare? So therefore, the welfare budget would eventually lessen itself, because people are able to pay for themselves essentially rather than relying on the government." But going back to the minimum wage, my only concern is where does it stop?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure you saw it in November. There was a viral thing going out about McDonald's, where, hey, don't eat at McDonald's, strike against McDonald's until we get $25 an hour as employees.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really need $25 working at McDonald's? I understand almost half of them are, trying to support families and everything, but the issue is where does that take everyone else's job?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's one of those, it's like they got 15. All right, we got 15, but now we want 25. Well, what was when they get 25? Well, now we want 30. We want 35 an hour. And I see a problem developing with that, because it's going to skyrocket everything down the line.
You think it's like
Um,
bottom up greed instead of top down kind of thing?
right. So it's one of those. I understand that. All right, the minimum wage workers, at the fast food, the low skill jobs, if they get their bump ups, everyone else is going to have to get bumped up. Great, grand, wonderful. But what happens when the I'm trying to figure out the right words without being insulting, but what happens with the lower echelon when they're not happy with what they have and they keep demanding more?
Sure.
Where does that stop? Because I've had to increase prices, because I bumped all my employees up, and everyone understands. Really haven't had any pushback from it. But where if all of a sudden I have to bump them up $20 an hour, so I have to do another, big, $5-10 on a service, bump up next year, and what happens if I have to do it again next year? So it's the price of services and the price of goods are going to go up, but where do they stop if we keep having to increase our payroll? At least in my industry, with the pet industry, the pet daycare and boarding, literally 50% of our expenses is literally payroll.
Mm-hmm.
So the more my payroll goes up, the more I have to charge my clients for being able to provide that wage to them.
Okay, well, yeah, just two things. Like, I mean, a little bit of pushback there, but like, I kind of understand where you're coming from. But like, so the difference between your business per se and McDonald's is astronomical as far as how much money you make. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Like, so there's a big difference there. So what I think, and we had talked about this before, like what would be like a kind of a happy medium there, and by like the amount of employees or the amount of revenue that a business brings in a year, maybe like scaling the minimum wage based upon that sort of thing, rather than like the individual or like a state by state basis. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes, the only issue I find with that though is us mom and pop stores suffer from that then, because McDonald, billion-dollar conglomerate, all this, they can afford $25-30 an hour. Why would you come work for me when I'm one store at the moment, and can only, according to my revenue and everything, I only have to pay you $13 an hour. Why would you come work for me then?
yeah, I do see that. But there's there's other things that I was kind of thinking of, like, again, with that supplemental income, as far as that's considered, maybe work out something where there's a supplemental income for those smaller businesses, to where if you do decide to work for that business, they will take you up to at least the minimum wage of that through the government or whatnot. That might be something that we could look into in the future. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy to implement by any means. And yeah, and then also, like, as far as like minimum wage is concerned going up, I think that I've never seen it go directly from now. See, this is what's weird. Okay, so I've never seen the minimum wage being mandated and going up to that right away. Like, it usually like it's a gradual thing.
Usually $1 a year. Yeah.
But but I've seen, because of the economy and the way it is, you see jobs that, like, for instance, I work at a grocery store right now in the wine and spirits department, and that job pre-COVID would have gotten you $9 an hour. They started me out at $14.50 when I started working there, and that's simply because the demand for that wage was almost it didn't have to be mandated by the law. It was something that was being socially mandated, so they automatically had to do it in order to get employees to come there. So and I don't know what that says about the free market, or if things kind of fix themselves or whatnot. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think there were other factors that were involved in it, but it's definitely interesting to see that happen without there being a mandate in the state for it. Because right now it's still $9.25, but I don't know too many jobs in our state right now that even will pay.
It's the ones that are closed down 3 or 4 days a week and only open on the weekends because that's when they have clients coming in,
Mhm.
or so yeah, it's because I'm all for increasing the minimum wage. Like I said, I really think it should be state to state, and then we the people make sure we get the right people elected. The last 3 elections, 1, 2, 3, yeah, basically 3 elections, like it's been record number turnout of young voters.
Mhm.
So I think we would be able to get the right ones in, that would be able to push towards a more living wage rather than just a minimum wage.
Yeah.
But my big concern is everyone focuses on the huge corporations. The small businesses tend to get overlooked. And what you could be doing is forcing a lot of the local businesses to shut down with this. And because there's always the worry that, hey, if I jack my prices up, people are going to go elsewhere. Especially the mom and pop grocery store that everyone wants to support. Well, all of a sudden their hamburger is $2 or $3 more expensive than Walmart. People are going to make that extra drive to Walmart.
Mhm.
And so all of a sudden you start losing out on your local businesses and supporting them.
Yeah,
So
and
I'm not
it
I'm
seems
not
like
sure what needs to be done, but that needs to be on everyone's radar, because everyone focuses on these massive multi-million, multi-billion, multi-trillion dollar corporations. But it's the mom and pop store where yeah, they're business owners, but maybe they only take 30,000 home a year. They're not all that far above the poverty line themselves.
Mhm.
They're just a business owner.
Yeah, and it seems like there needs to be some sort of like um combination of systemic changes and personal responsibility within our culture to recognize things like that and make a conscious effort to maybe spend a few cents more to go to a mom and pop store, or something like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
And like a lot of people don't think of it, and there's campaigns of people say that buy local, buy support local and stuff like that. And people, I know a lot of people who spout that, but then they'll go shop at Walmart.
Right, exactly.
It's
Walmart parking lots are still packed full.
Right.
Target, everything. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And so, like, what I'm thinking is, like, and a lot of that is a systemic issue where people have to. I mean, people feel like they have to shop at Walmart because there's no choice, for like they're pinching pennies and stuff like that. That's what they're gonna do. But so I think that it's like a catch-22 in that situation where
Absolutely.
there's a lot of people who want to do the right thing, but they feel like they can't because. And Walmart's a crazy animal, man. I don't know if you knew this, but like if it weren't for China, like Walmart would not be a
Absolutely.
fucking thing, because like they basically like China wanted to look for a place to sell their cheap ass imports, and they got a hold of the Walton family, and then it spread like wildfire. Now they're the biggest employer in the United States. Walmart
Right.
is. So and that's all. I always found that interesting because like a lot of people who support those big businesses and stuff are like against, like completely against China too. It's like you're fighting against your own interests. People don't.
Right.
And that's a lot of what America is. It seems like these days it's like, people vote against their own interests. They do things that that are against their own interests politically and socially and all kinds of things. So it's kind of a weird place that we're in, and that's kind of the part or the reason for this channel. That's why I called it Vertigo Veritas, was because I wanted to kind of bring some truth to all the confusion, like kind of find like a direction and like a headlights to go forward and all the confusion, because it really is. It's hard to sift through, especially the economy, and figure out who's lying to you and who's telling the truth. Like for instance, I don't know how much you know about the Big Build Back Better plan or any of that stuff.
Some of it, yeah.
Yeah. So like, if you go into a lot of people don't like Joe Biden, so they're like, oh, it's Joe Biden's plan. They're automatically no. But then they hear the individual, like mandates in the legislation, the individual parts of the legislation, like child tax credit and paid family leave, stuff like that. And most of those things in there are highly, like extremely popular with not only Republicans but Democrats. But because we're my side versus your siding everything, we don't see that, and people will vote against their own interests.
And I think that's the problem with our society right now. It's a us versus them. And you and I have had this discussion before, in person and on Facebook. It's us versus them. Mm-hmm. I'm not a far-leaning Democrat, so therefore Democrats have to be against me. Mm-hmm. I'm also not a far right-leaning Republican, so therefore the Republicans are against me. The issue I found is I'm old. So, it's in the last 15 years or so, 20, 25 years ago, people didn't know what political affiliation you were, and we didn't care. Mm-hmm. And then also in the past 15, it's party lines. Like if you're a liberal, I can't be friends with you, much less date you. Mm-hmm. Like, it's insane how polarized our country has become. And so because of that polarization, all people do is vote party lines, and they don't vote the issues anymore.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It's the MAGA people with Trump. They voted for Trump because it was Trump. He mm-hmm. was Republican. We can't have Hillary win. We got to have Trump win. Mm-hmm. When there were a lot better options.
Not to say Hillary was much better.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
am I glad we got Trump in? Absolutely. Because I'm afraid that if we had Hillary in, we'd be in World War III right now, because she wanted to meet Russia head on, mm-hmm. Air Force, tactical air advantage when Russia was starting, their campaign. It's like, wait, I'm sorry, what? Now, I'm not saying Trump was any better, but there were a lot better options in mm-hmm. in the third parties that no one pays attention to.
Right.
When I vote, I do extensive, checks on what are their views, what are their actual views, because every politician lies, left, right, center. They all lie. They do whatever they need to do to win. Mm-hmm. Just like big corporations, whatever they have to do to get ahead, they're going to do it. Corporate espionage, sending stuff to China, keeping people at minimum wage so they can increase their profit margins. Everyone does. Unfortunately, it's human nature to do what you need to do to win. Mm-hmm. It's about me. It's about my livelihood, and then if I have something afterwards, I'll take care of everyone else around me. And that's the problem with our society right now, is that it's an us versus them. Mm-hmm. I can't listen to you. Even though there's great points on both sides. If people would come back together and listen again, we could jump our society light years ahead.
Well, yeah.
But it's the political divide that happened about 15 years ago or so, that it's just astronomical how much it's actually slowed down our society. We keep claiming we go ahead, but yet we keep falling back behind. And it's actually kind of troublesome, worrisome, about where things are going in the next 2 years, 4 mm-hmm. years, 8 years, type of thing. When it's all about, we got to get our people in. Well, what about the people that are in the middle that could actually bring compromise to everyone and to the entire nation? Where
right.
did the compromise go? Because we have no more of that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the reason I wanted to bring you on, is because, well, first of all, like fiscally and financially, you're the most American, like as far as like, you know what I'm saying? Like you're the crux of what most of American society is. You're trying to do your own thing, start your own business. You're not only own your own business and you're a business owner, but you're also, you know, do your own thing. You work in the gig economy as well, so you kind of get a different perspective from all aspects. And but yet at the same time, the difference about you is that you pay attention to things where a lot of people don't. They just hear what they hear on CNN or Fox News or whatever, and that just sticks in their brain, and that's what they think is truth or whatnot. And that's one of the reasons I think that we get along so well, is because you have that ability to discern those types of things. So, and it's I always have a good time talking to you because it gives me an interesting perspective that I don't have myself. You know, like because I'm left to you. I'll you know, definitely left to you. But I feel like we agree on more things than we disagree a lot of
Oh yeah,
times.
like I tell people, it just depends on the issue, you know,
Hmm.
which way I lean. I'm a fence sitter, absolutely. You know, women's rights, I go left. You know, equality of every single kind, I go left. Gun control, I go right.
Hmm.
Small government, I go right. You know, it just depends on where we are is where I vote, and I think that's what makes us be able to be such good friends because you know we listen to each other. It's
Hmm.
not, oh well, you know, that's no, we actually listen to each other. Okay, you have some good points, but here's some counterpoints.
Hmm.
Oh, those are good points too. Let me show you some examples. And it's not a, oh, I'm right, you're wrong, it doesn't matter what you're saying.
Yeah, no, that's like having you on was my my first choice when I put that post on Facebook, and you know, people said that they want to, because like I feel like I said, that you have this ability to kind of ride that line on both sides. Like I was telling people that in the beginning of the stream here that although that you were fiscally conservative, I saw you as pretty leftist when it comes to social issues and things like that. So so we and fundamentally those are the things that are like, I guess, more important to me as far as like equality between people and things like that. The classism is important as well, like fiscal, like classism as far as fiscally and is concerned is important as well, but it's less important than everybody being on an equal footing as far as with their immutable characteristics. And one last thing I wanted to talk to you about, just to kind of mention, just because I don't know where you stand. So I don't know if I would consider myself an aspiring socialist. I think that it would be a good end game, but I don't think that we're there yet as far as considering like how far we are into capitalism and it's like kind of backsliding into authoritarianism and things like that. It would be a great world if we could have that, but what would be your ideal economy? What how would you see things working?
Well, I think in our society, I don't think we can ever get away from capitalism. No matter how hard we try, I don't think it would ever be possible. It's just too ingrained into us in the 250 years we've been as a country. We've been a country of, you know, it doesn't matter where you come from, you pull yourself up by your bootstraps and you can do everything. You know, it's one of the reasons we're one of the highest immigration in the world because of the American dream. You know, it doesn't matter where you come from, doesn't matter what you do. If you come, you can achieve great things here. And I think that's just ingrained not only into our society, but into the world, where
Hmm.
that's what America is. Um, Now, I would definitely would want to see a society where the wage gap is closed. Um, uh, in the different tiers, you know, you've got your, you know, your high society, you've got your, you know, middle class, you've got your lower class. I would like to see those closed a little bit more, actually quite a bit more, where our poverty line is like maybe 5% of the entire nation. You know,
Hmm.
there unfortunately there's always going to be a poverty line. No matter how much you move that poverty line, there's always going to be someone that falls under it.
Hmm.
But I think we can, you know, once we get it to 5%, we can work on getting it to 4%. We can work on getting it to 3%, to the point where, you know, if you know, if we can get to that point, I think we become one of the better nations in the world again, where our dollar will be strong. Our economy is going to be strong because people are going to be working. We're going to be producing more commerce. Hopefully, we can bring back some of those jobs that we've shipped across seas. We can bring them back here, and go back to now. I'm not saying I'm all American goods, but keep the jobs at home. Where we raise the wages and we put those people to work doing that at a fair wage. Rather than paying some kid 50 cents an hour or 50 cents a day, in Indonesia or something like that to make our tennis shoes.
Yeah.
Are our tennis shoes going to be more? Absolutely. But are you going to have that extra money because now everyone's working at 15, 20, $25 an hour and can afford more things? Absolutely. So therefore, it's more of a symbiotic type of economy where if we can bring people back, bring the jobs back, increase the wage, make sure everyone's got money to kind of go around, then the businesses can still grow. People, can start saving up money. They can venture on their own businesses like I have. And then we can grow as a nation, as an economy again, and as socially as well. So as we, I don't think we can ever reach socialism. I don't think we can ever reach, that type of thing. And I don't know if I ever want to reach that part, where, I haven't delved too much into socialism or anything like that. But I think we can do better by leaps and bounds where society as a whole is benefiting, where even if you're that janitor working, scrubbing the toilets at the local high school, you're still able to afford the a couple of splurge things that you want. You can take that 2 or 3 week vacation with your family. You don't have to work overnight at the high school and then go work at the grocery store during the day just to pay bills and barely get by. I think we can do a lot better on that aspect, in order to build up our country and our nation as a whole, to bring us back to what we should be and where we were.
Sure. And so my idea about how to do that necessarily has to do with, and this is why the only place that I think one of the reasons that I think government is essential is I think that unchecked, unfettered capitalism tends to be a problem sometimes. So I think if they put some checks and balances back that were taken away during the Reagan era, things like that may help a little bit.
Oh yeah.
But also, I think just doing some experimenting within capitalism, to see if there's different ways to do things. For instance, I'm a big proponent of worker co-ops. For instance, I don't know if you're familiar with those at all, but a more democratized workplace, so that the CEOs or the heads of the company are voted upon by the workers themselves, and everything's kind of moved through them, but they're elected just like elected officials. I think that may
15% of me is okay with that. The other 85% says hell no.
Well, we can agree to disagree on that, but I think fundamentally we do agree that the wage gap is a bit of an issue. So that's something that we definitely need to fix. But hey, I'm gonna move on, man. I got some video games to play. But I loved having you on, man. I'd love to do it again sometime. We'll get maybe deeper into some talk about the different aspects of socialism or stuff like that too, and socialism.
I will make sure I do my research before we get to that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, man. Have a good night.
All right, later, brother.
Later. All right. That was awesome. I enjoyed that thoroughly. Let's see here, meeting controls. There we go. We're going to close this all together. Quit Zoom. Let's see here. And stop share. There we go. And meeting for all. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for coming on, man. I really appreciate it. I love having conversations like that show different aspects of things, and I expected it to be a bit more contentious than it was. So that's good. I like having a meaningful conversation, which is really important to me to find common ground with people And like I said, we agree on a lot of the things that are important to me. So there wouldn't be too much argument there. I do agree that government's corrupt and screwed up, but I think having less of it isn't going to really fix that problem because the powers that be are still going to be there, kind of in that situation. But other than that, I think it's time for some video games. So let's see here. Well, how much time we got left on stream? We got a couple hours left. So I'm going to take a quick break because I have to pee. And then I'll be right back and we'll play some Hollow Knight because that's going to be fun. Yeah. Alright. I'm back. This is definitely the best stream I think I've had so far as this is concerned. There we go. I got that plugged in now. So, Hollow Knight. I played this very, very briefly. But I kind of it's like a side-scrolling version of Dark Souls, in my opinion. It's kind of what this is like. So we're gonna get into this real quick here. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah. Voy.fyi. Ekaterina Vinian. Man, there's some weird like bots and shit that come in from YouTube. How's the sound? Hopefully it's not too bad in the stream. Hopefully you can hear it. So let's see what we got here. New game. Yep, they touch the side of the screen. Done. Adjust brightness to your desired level. How's that look? That looks good. In wilds beyond, they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch, you taught, we changed, based instincts were redeemed. A world you gave a bug and beasts as they had never dreamed. Bring down the game a little bit. Oh, okay. Let's see here. trying to. There we go. Let's see. Trying to get the... Okay. So is the sound too high in the game? Like the volume? Options. Let's see if I can take down the... How's that? Is that better? There. I think that fixed it. Does that sound a bit better? All right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Let's see here. Back. Oh, not video. Back. Audio. 7 should be good. Okay. Back. Game. Back. Continue. There we go. All right, let's see here. Yeah, this game's interesting. I like the art style on it, too. A game by Team Cherry. He's so cute. Oh, no. I have to be careful. Fuck. Alright. Little fairy things up here. Alright. Not doing too bad so far. Shit. Platformers are always been kind of hard for me. I had the jumping stuff. Jumping. Ooh. That could have sucked. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Your great strength marks you among us. Focus your soul and you shall achieve feats of which others can only dream. Collect soul. Hold B. By striking enemies once... collect soul by striking enemies. Once enough soul has collected, hold B to focus soul on heal. Oh, okay. There we go. Alright, we already did this. It looks adorable! It is. It's adorable! Ooh, all kinds of fun things. Do I have to go back up here now? Where the fuck am I going? Ah. Oh, this guy. Oh, I can't yet. Not enough stuff to make my life go up yet. Ah! Did you stream tonight, Har? I need to come watch your stream. You've been on mine a couple of different times. If you stream tomorrow, I'll probably be able to watch some before I go into work. Well, let me know when you do, because I really, really, really definitely want to check it out. What are those little drippy ones? Oh, god damn it. Fuck. Don't fall on the spikes. That's a good lesson to learn. Ooh, inspect. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Beyond this point, you enter the land of King and Creator. Step across this threshold and obey our laws. Bear witness to the last and only civilization, the Eternal Kingdom, Hollow Nest. Well, Mom came in and said you're cute. Oh, thanks, Mom. Oh no. Whoa. Well, her daughter's cute too. Oh, little Hollow Knight. Dirtmouth, the fading town. Oh, traveler. Oh there, traveler. I'm afraid there's only me left to offer welcome. Our town's fallen quiet, you see. Lies, I'm a terrifying being. Terrifying can be sexy. The other residents, they've all disappeared, headed down that well one by one into the caverns alone. Used to be, there was a great kingdom beneath our town. It's long fell to ruin, yet it still draws folks into the depths. Wealth, glory, enlightenment, the darkness seems to promise all things. I'm sure you too seek your dreams down there. Well, watch out. It's a sickly air that fills the place. Creatures turn mad and travelers are robbed of their memories. Perhaps dreams aren't such great things after all. It's called, supposedly, the greatest kingdom there ever was, full of treasures and secrets. Now it's nothing more than a poisonous tomb full of monsters and madness. Everything fades eventually, I suppose. Rest! Oh, look at that. Okay, that's a totally different situation there. So if terrifying wasn't sussy, then explain all of the people who confess their love to serial killers. I think that's more charisma in many respects, but I like terrifying too. I guess a little bit. For all your mapping supplies, we will be opening soon. This must be the well that I just fell down. I tend to not think like serial killers are sexy though. Of course, there's not many female serial killers. Or feminine serial killers, you know. Breaking the crap out of things. I mean, yeah. I kind of wonder. I do find serial killers fascinating a lot of times, though, because I mean, what would make them do the things that they do? You know, like how's your brain like do that? Wait, are we talking for a low life or in video game? Because Dead by Daylight has me all messed up, or they are just smart enough to not be caught. Yeah. So I know there's a big obsession with like the characters from Resident Evil too, and they're kind of serial killer vampire kind of people, right? Oh, maybe women wins are just too smart to get caught. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. That could be. I don't know. Now you're making me terrified. So are we gonna hang out and you're just gonna fucking murder me? That's gonna happen. Temple of the Black Lake. Hello there. How delightful to meet another traveler on these forgotten roads. You're a short one, but you've a strong look about you. I'm Quarrel. I have something of an obsession with uncharted places. The ancient kingdom holds many fascinating mysteries, and one of the most intriguing of them is standing right before us. A great stone egg lying in the corpse of an ancient kingdom. And this egg, is it warm? It certainly gives off a unique air. I wouldn't murder you, not for at least 30 years. Well, it's good to know how long I got. Can it be opened? There are strange marks all over it. I do so love a mystery. And who knows what other marvels lie even deeper below us. Egg. Egg. Does he say anything else? So long I felt drawn here. So many tasteful wonders, horrors. No longer could I resist. I just had to see it for myself. And what time I chose to arrive, this dead world has sprung into life. The creatures are riled up and the earth rumbles. The air is thick. I wonder what could have brought it all about. Me. My specialness. Okay. I don't know where the hell I'm going. In that hole, that's where I'm going. These buggy guys. Of course, you'd have to build that truss up so that the betrayal is at its maximum. Oh no, we'd see it coming. Jesus Christ. You guys are sitting here planning my death in chat. Fuck. Alright. It's fucking love my community. Got people plotting my death in chat. Oh, I'll enjoy it, huh? Okay. I could use a long nap. Oh shit! Giant bug. Oh god! Shit, he's kicking my ass. Ah! Is that what you're gonna do to me? Kick my ass? See what else goes right here. Oh my, I'm getting tired. Inspect. A stone door with a simple lock. Okay. Oh, look at that. In this biz, we call that a boss. Okay, I know that. Look at that. I received 100 messages today with Restream chat. It's a first. Moving on up in the world. Fuck. Come here, you little bastard. Oh, fuck. There we go. Dead bugs. Ooh, I entered a place. Look at that. Oh yeah, it's this place. I already talked to him. Da, 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 da. Okay, is this where the boss is? Oh no, he's a little bit farther. There we go. Ooh, that was kind of cool. Is there something up there? Because that's weird that they just have... Oh, shit. Okay. Waiting for the kiddo to fall asleep so I can have milk and cookies. Yeah! Yeah, my kid gets mad at me sometimes because they're like a finicky... Sal's a finicky eater. So it'll be like a situation where I'm like, okay, I'll make you food, and then I make them food, and then they won't eat it, and it'll sit in the fridge for 2 days, and then I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat the leftovers, and then they get mad at me. I'm like, you ate my food. I'm like, it was gonna go bad. What the fuck do you expect me to do? Ooh. Oh, bury my mother pale and slight. Bury my father with his eyes shut tight. Bury my sisters 2 by 2. And then when you're done, let's bury me too. Wow. Ah, do you know that one? It's one of my favorites. We can sing something else if you like. You start singing and I'll join. I bet you have a beautiful singing voice. I'll eat it that night if they don't. Is it bad that I like that song? Oh, yeah, I liked it. So, what are you down for here? Or what are you down here for? Down for here. If you came to get wealthy, just look around you. These mines are still bursting with riches. There's plenty for everyone. Just grab a pick and join in. Haha. Okay, bury the knight with your broken nail. Bury the priest something about a crown. I can't remember the rest of that one. Maybe I'll just hum it. Yummy. Okay. Ooh, look at that. I found a secret place. That was kind of cool. This game's so adorable and weird at the same time. Okay, I don't get it. What am I supposed to do here? Alright. Think the right chain. Oh! Look at that! No, I didn't do it. Huh. Or maybe it was just the things behind it you destroyed. Yeah, I think that's what it was. There's stuff down there. Like... Trying to see if there's any other things I can do. I don't think so. Well, we'll come back there. I guess. I guess I'll go back and see if I can fight that other dude. Oh, wait. Is there a way this way? Okay. Yeah, maybe it's something I get like later. Yeah, because he was saying something about a pick. Ooh, that was weird. Oh shit, it's that guy again. Ah! I don't know if I like him too much. Oh, fuck. I think I got this. Oh, no. He hit me. God damn it. God damn it. Did I beat him? No, he got me. Yeah, damn, that... It's difficult. I see this as why they call this the Dark Souls of side-scrolling games. What's over here? This is different. This is fun. I wonder what's down here. Ah! I'm gonna kill these porcupine bugs. Fuckers. Alright. I'm keep going down farther and farther. Is this thing end ever? The hell? Okay, I think I reached the bottom. Oh shit. And I just fell down farther. They like to hum in this game.
Oh,
hello there. Come down to explore these beautiful old ruins. Don't mind me. I have a fondness for exploring myself. Getting lost and finding your way again is a pleasure like no other. We're exquisitely lucky, you and I. I'm a cartographer by trade, and I'm working on mapping this area right now. Would you like to buy a copy of my work so far? Yes. God damn it, I can't. I don't have enough money. I understand. I'd give you the map as a gift, but I don't think my wife would be very happy if I did. All our food is made of geo, as they say. Okay, well, I'll come back and... after I get more geo. Oh, shit. Fuck, man. Platformers just aren't my jam as much as some other types of games. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go the other way. We're gonna go this way. What's down here? Oh shit. I just got locked in here. Oof. Oof. Oh, god damn. This is not a boss. I think this is just... Maybe it's a boss. I don't know. Okay. I'm really making myself look bad on this one. Oh, shop.
Pa for nada.
Come to buy a map, have you? It's really my husband you should be dealing with, but what a surprise. He's headed down below. He'll pop back occasionally to deliver new maps for the store, but I do wish he'd spend a little more time up here. I've not much interest in retail myself. And let's see what we got here. Absolutely nothing that I can buy because I have no little geo things. I think I already went over this way and saw that I couldn't. Yeah, it's that door lock thing. That's the only one I can't. Like, I need a key. Oh, let's see. Down the hole. Oh shoot, I forgot some thingies. Oh, they just come right back, huh? Enemies don't permanently die in this game. Yeah. What's in here? I don't think I've gone this way yet. What the fuck? Why are you crying? What's wrong? He's really sad for some reason. Okay. Noted. That guy's noted. I don't know what the fuck he's all about. Oh shit. Oh, is there a way through here? Sweet. This has got to be something, right? The Pilgrim's Way. Travelers of Hollowness descend through verdant wilds and fungal groves to the city at the kingdom's heart. There all wishes shall be granted, all truths revealed. Cool. Cryptic as fuck. Interesting. I don't think I can beat this guy. Yep, that's not gonna work. I gave it a shot. You look at it. Oh, there's an opening somewhere. Oh no, fucker. I need to find that map guy eventually too. Sweet. Yeah, that doesn't work. Can I bounce off of walls later? Is that something I can do? Maybe. I got 20. Not enough to buy the map, though. Yeah. Fucking map, dude. We'll come back there. What's this all about? Okay. I want to avoid those guys, I'm assuming. Oh, shit. Oh, god damn it. Give myself some life here. There we go. Now we got it. Oh, it's this guy again. No! Oh, I was doing so well. Oh, let's see. I was doing so well. Oh, I'm having a hard time not yawning, guys. I might end stream here pretty soon. Had an early day this morning. Been working all day. Been sitting at this desk all day. Die, bug! Am I a bug too? Is that the thing? Fuck you, bug. Alright. I don't know if I'm a bug or not. Let's see. Oh, it's that guy again. I don't want to fight him yet. See what else is down here. Oh, this is where that thing is. Is there a pick that I can have somewhere? Okay, I don't see any pick. I did that right, though. Yummy. Well, back here. Nope. Maybe I have to buy a pick. I don't know. Ooh-hoo-hoo-hoo. Yum yummy. It's such a sweet little voice. What's up this way? That's the inventory. No! I can't go down that way yet, I guess. But this, I need. Yes! Now I can go buy a map. I wonder where the map, where I gotta get back to where the maps are, or where that map dude is. Damn. I got fucked up there. Let's see here. Oh, he's new. Gotta fill up my life. Oh God. Who's making the noises? Oh, look at that poor little guy. All right. I'll take all those. I like that. Man, I've got a lot of coins now. Or geos, or whatever the fuck they call them. Oh, wait. I think I'm back where I need to go as far as for the map. Yes! Found the map, dude. Alright. Purchase map. Yes. Okay, if I hold LB, I get a look at my map.
Choco, correct this. All sorts of useful things to wanderers like yourself. She'll even sell some of my old maps from time to time. I pop back to see her whenever I finish mapping an area. She's always excited to see me. Yeah, she's mad, dude. Okay, I think I can kind of follow this map a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta kill this thing. God damn it. Yeah. Oh fuck, now there's two of them. Got him. Oh shit. There we go. What's this way? Lots of coins. That's good. Or geos, or whatever the fuck they call them. I can't go up there, though. Oh, this is new. Huh. That's nice. Kind of needed that. So... Fuck. Give me all the coins, motherfucker. God damn it. Those fucking stalactites, though. Have I been through this way? I don't think I've been through this way. What's the map say? Little wormy thingies. I'm raking in the dough right now. I got some geos. I don't know. Oh, shit. Did he just fart? That's what I heard. I heard farts. Oh, what's in here? Nothing? Okay. Stuff up here, maybe? Ooh. All right. Oh, I gotta go back down that way. God damn it. I can't go up that way. This game design's pretty good for a side-scrolling game, you know? I feel like they put a lot of effort into the map here. What's over here? Another place I can sit. A total machine with the symbol of a stag. Insert geo? Sure. Fuck yeah. Greetings, little one. It's been an age since I heard the ringing of a station bell. It echoed down the stagways and called me to you. I've grown stiff and tired over these many years, and I've forgotten much, but the sound of the bell will always call me back. The stagways stretch the depths of Hollownest. If you want to travel them, hail me from the platform. I will take you where you will need to go. Alright. Well, how do I ride you? Travel. Okay. Forgotten Crossroads, Dirtmouth. Okay, we're gonna go to Dirtmouth. Go! Go! Bug thing. Okay. Is this a little hut I can buy stuff in?
Pa for nada.
You'll need this if you want to update your map with new areas as you explore. It's essential for anyone serious about mapping. These pins will mark benches and other rest spots on your map. Useful if you're exhausted and you need to find somewhere to sit. Have you seen those beautiful blue cocoons? I made these pins so you can keep track of them. Cocoons are pretty, but very delicate. Please be careful around them. Use these pins to mark shopkeepers or any other interesting bugs you find on your travels. Every so often, you should pass by and see how they're doing. Let's see, what's the most... Stagway stations? Hot springs. New additions to the shop. Use them to mark interesting spots on your map. You can use them to mark interesting spots on your map. What should I do? We'll do that. Alright, we're gonna go to 11:30, guys. And then we're gonna call it quits, because I am getting tired. And I still gotta make me food tonight. Die, all you things! Yeah, it looks like a bug zombie. Kind of reminds me of Nightmare Before Christmas art. Getting better at killing those guys. There he is. I'm gonna fight him again. Oh shit! He's trying to hit me with a giant pole. Or a tooth or some sort of stalactite or something. Yeah, I got him! Dead motherfucking bug. I saved him. I don't know what good that did me, but I saved him. Maybe he burrows new holes in things. This is that mine, right? I'm just destroying everything to see if there's a pickaxe around here somewhere. Alright, let's go. Let's go! I thought maybe that bug burrowed over here and opened this up, but I guess not. Ooh, there's something down there. Alright, we're gonna go back to the other side of things. Alright, where am I at? According to the map. I really don't know where this is, comparatively. Checking to see if I can do anything here. It doesn't look like it, huh? I gotta go underneath that somehow and open that up. Damn it. These bugs are kicking my ass right now. Let's see. Trying to jump on me and shit. Life. Life. This guy just looks depressed. Alright. Eh. These bugs are kicking my ass. Let's see here. I don't know if there's a way to go get this guy. I don't think I can break him out yet. Nope. There we go. I don't know if we're making any progress or not, but
And getting the life back. Yeah. These little buggy things. I don't like him. He needs to die. Okay. Did we go through here already? Is this... Yeah, this is that bug that won't let me beat him because he's like... Man, he's quick. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. We gotta find something to do here. Some way to... Oh, there's a passageway of some sort. Let's see here. Oh, he's happier.
Oh.
We saved one of the wormies. Now what? Now where do I go? Let's try this way. I feel like I've already been through this way.
Pa for nada.
See, this was I need highly recommended if you're having trouble finding your way in the maze of ruins below us. Try this charm. It will pinpoint your location on your map. Yeah, that's what I need. Map updated. Yeah, let's see here. So this is Dirtmouth. That's the Forgotten Crossroads. I feel like there's more over this way. Should we check? We shall check. Maybe not. Nope. He's like a ninja bug. Ninja. Bidding Leo silent before. This is before my time. Oh, I've heard the tales of glorious lines. A web of tunnels running through the kingdom. Not that I'll be traveling them. Quite where I am. Let's see. Sure, we'll go there. I don't know where the hell that is, but... Alright. 10 more minutes looking around and seeing what we can see. Damn. I need 220 to pinpoint my location. That's what I gotta do. I found a new area, because this guy I have not seen before. Come on. There we go. Fuck you and your shield, buddy. What's this? Oh no. Stop pooping out babies. Ah, keep falling. Ah, I can't help it. It's kind of weird. I don't... Are they like giving birth on me? Fuck. Almost died there. Where the fuck am I? There we go. I could use one of those guys. There we go. Get that life back. God damn it, babies. Baby bug things. $212. New areas they explore are fun. I like that. Because... Oh, what's this? Oh. This is new. But I can't get over there. Okay. We can't get through that way. Yeah. 218. I'm 2 away from being able to get me a map locator.
Oh shit. I think I've been kind of over this way before, but I don't know for sure. What's this way? Alright, I need to kill like one more thing so I can get coins. Enough coins. Yeah, 220. Go, bud, go! Oh. Let's go. Let's go! Give me that map thing.
Pa for nada.
Yes. Open the charms menus, resting at a bench. Okay. There's a bench right here, right? Equip that charm. Yes! Look at me go. Now I can see exactly where I'm at. Okay. I'm assuming I have to go to the next room over here. Let's see if he has anything new to say.
哥，我都来了呢。
Only alone just won't be enough. Though that's no problem. Only one only has to look around. Plenty have come before us, and most have met their grisly end. Many more equipped than you and I. I'm sure they wouldn't mind were a fellow traveler or explorer to relieve them their tools. It's a kindness, really. The dead shouldn't be burdened with such things. Okay. So still tools from dead people. Got it. Go, man, go! Where are these dead people I'm supposed to steal stuff from? I beat this guy already. Oh god, he's back.
nothing there. All right. I haven't been over there yet because I can't get over there. There's something glowy over there. Yeah. Yeah, bug. Fuck you. Bully bug. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like... I wish I could release that guy, but I can't. Oh, I know you're sad. Oh boy. See, I thought those bugs were dead, so I was like trying to... There we go. Oh, I didn't go that way yet. Okay. That's the way I can go that I didn't... Oh, shit. No, this way. And then down. And then underneath here. I haven't gone this way yet. Right? What? What? Okay. Yeah, that's not doing anything for me. All right. I haven't really explored this area too terribly much. I have to go all the way over here. Fucking kamikaze bugs. There we go. Need to go over still. Here we go. Oh no! Alright, guys. We're gonna end the game there. Oh, oh. It's been a fun stream, guys. I've had good times. I've had good times. Yes, quick game. Oh, there we go. Let's switch back to full screen. There we go. I promise that I will figure out the video at some point too. I don't know what went wrong. I think I have to open the meeting before I start the stream, which sucks because you can only do 40 minutes on a meeting, so I don't know why that's the case, but maybe I can look into Skype or a different option. Yeah. So thanks for coming on, guys. Thanks to Leon for joining me tonight. Thank you all for. I think you got me a little closer to affiliate because I think I got 5 viewers at one time, or 5 chatters at one time tonight. So that's pretty awesome. Hopefully y'all have a good night, and I may stream some on Wednesday too because I don't work Wednesday this week. We'll see how things go. I might just put in some extra work or on some other videos and things, but yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you all have a great night, and we will see you next time. Goodbye.